that we would have observed as a committee through media and various statements. So we had wanted as a committee to interact with UCT, and the minister committed that once he receives the report from the UCT Council, he will come and report back to the committee. That was scheduled for the first term of this year, and the date was today, the 22nd of March. What we have received from UCT is that they have sent the council report to the minister. But minister had indicated that he would be appearing before SCOPA and thus sent an apology to the committee. We have tried to get a date within this particular term, and he's indicated that he's not available. So we will set another date for the second term. We must also indicate that we are concerned about this, as we would like to understand what unfolded at the University of Cape Town. So those are two issues, honorable members, that we have to prioritize going into the beginning of term 2 of this year, following up on NSF and given the investigations and the forensic investigation report that we would have received last year, and also looking into UCT. We will, as a committee, be requesting that the minister send us the report from the UCT Council in the meantime, whilst we set up a date for the minister to brief us officially on the report. With that being said, we have thus prioritized an engagement with NSFAS on issues relating to student accommodation, in particular because we know that the issue of student accommodation in the sector has been of great concern, and given the cap, NSFAS committed to assisting the sector, committed to assisting the sector to address the shortage of student accommodation that we will have given the cap, and encouraged citizens who would want to adhere to the cap to come forth and indicate their interest to render this particular service using the student accommodation portal. We have been concerned as a committee by some of the concerns that have come to our attention regarding the efficiency of the student accommodation portal of NSFAS. And so we'd also want NSFAS to bring us into confidence on how we're ensuring that this portal is efficiently and effectively operating, because we would have gone out and requested citizens and society and business to assist us in meeting this particular demand. And therefore, we should ensure that our systems enable society to cooperatively work with us in rendering this particular social good that supports teaching and learning, which is student accommodation. So we can't find ourselves in a situation where we're asking for help, yet the systems that we have don't enable that. We've also we'll also want to be brought into confidence on, of course, the research that has informed the 45,000 Rand cap. We had asked for this information to be sent to us. I don't have the understanding that we have this information, but Anele, you will correct me if I'm wrong. And then as well as an update on the payment of allowances to universities and colleges, that in our engagements with USAF, SAPCO, SATFETSA, SAUS, and the department would have come up quite a number of times as an area that has contributed to some of the instability that we have seen in our institutions. And so it would be important for us to be brought into confidence that allowances have been sent to students. I guess NSFAS can take the opportunity to also bring us into confidence on the appeal process and how we're ensuring that the ball is running in terms of that. And lastly, of course, a response on the allegations or to a response to the allegations on the leasing of the NSFAS new premises. We have received the write-up from yourselves that came together with the presentation that will be flighted this morning. So that's the type of engagement that we would like to have with NSFAS. I think we are going towards the end of the term, and honorable members know that part of the program this year was looking into us going on an international study tour. There have been delays in terms of ensuring that the location that we choose will really and truly contribute to the type of information sharing that we would like to receive. But we have finally found consensus between ourselves and the department. And the identified countries is Finland and Sweden. And we will share with members via email what has affirmed these two locations. I know that from the midterm review last year, we have tried to, be in continuous engagement with members. And, we looked into the East, we looked into the West. I think when it came to the US, we unanimously agreed that it might not be most ideal. And what we would like to also do is find ways of sending members into different parts of the world, maybe particularly even on the African continent. There's been a lot of conversation in terms of Ghana and its TVET program. So we do want to think innovatively on how we can use our human resources as a committee to learn more information from other countries. So we will look into those opportunities as well. And those are some of the reflections we made during the midterm review last year. But what truly substantiates why we've chosen Sweden and Finland will be shared with members, but that is a project that the committee secretariat and staff is actively working towards its realization, and we will keep members updated. Honorable Litie will never forgive me as a chairperson of a committee if I don't successfully implement this particular project. So we are working on it, and we will keep members updated. I think so that item on the committee program will change, and we will then have other briefings that will take place next week on the virtual platform. But on this Friday, colleagues, we will have to postpone this Friday's meeting. I must say that Fridays are becoming more and more challenging, given the political commitments of members. I know Honorable King often has work on a Friday or political commitments on a Friday, Honorable Boshoff, and seemingly more members from the ANC as well are having increased commitments on Fridays. And I know that other members were sharing them with other committees. I know we share Honorable Sibia with Sports, Arts and Culture on a Friday. So Fridays are becoming increasingly challenging, and we will have to see how we work around this. Members will recall that during the midterm review, we acknowledged that there's a lot that we want to achieve as a committee, yet we have a limited time, and therefore we would have to think innovatively on how we maximize on the time that we have as a committee. So those are just some of the reflections. I know some are very administrative, and apologies to colleagues who are not members of the committee and who are not committee staff, but I thought I should reflect on them, given the fact that some of these matters have impacted the committee program, and that is what brings us into this engagement this morning. With that being said, Anela, can I please check if there are any apologies that have been registered with you?
Morning, Chair. Good morning, members. Chair, we received an apology from the minister who's attending a cabinet meeting today. We also received an apology from Honorable Chirwa, who's attending the PC on health. We also received an apology from the Deputy Minister who indicated that he will be leaving the meeting earlier. Those are the apologies, Chair. And in terms of the NSFAS report that you requested, we have not received, Chair.
Thank you very much, Anele, for that. I don't see DM on the platform unless my eyes are failing me. But yeah, I don't think I see DM on the platform. Maybe he'll join us a bit later. So I'd like to then hand over to DG Sishi to lead the delegation from lead the delegation and hand over to NSFAS to take us through the matters that we have indicated we would like to receive a briefing on this morning. Thank you, DG.
Thank you very much, Chair of our Portfolio Committee. Good morning to you, and thank you for the opening remarks that clarify the purpose of the day. Happy Human Rights Day yesterday to all the honorable members present, thanking you for your contribution to making South Africa a country that we continue to appreciate in the observance of human rights and dignity for all. Because of the network issues where I am, Chair, I will not turn on my camera until maybe I think that it's improved. I hope I will be excused in this regard. May I take this opportunity to indicate that I'm not alone here today. I am with my capable team of Deputy Directors General that are here. The CFO is wearing 2 caps as a member of the board of NSFAS. Also, I do have DDGs present here with an apology from DDG Zongo, who's got a death in his family and therefore might not be able to attend. May I also take this opportunity to indicate that I am with the advisors of the minister. So the office of the minister is well represented today by 3 advisors. David Nidri is here, advisor to the minister. Professor Derek Swartz, the esteemed advisor to the minister. Nandela is here with us today. There's also other support teams in the office of the minister and the DG that are here with us. So we are here to support our NSFAS entity. I don't see them in the room, Chair, but they are expected to be here. Allow me to just make a few remarks. May I request that in this regard, Secretary, just check on them, because it will be important that they are here.
I think they're using a joint platform. I see a device here that says NSFAS. Can I verify if that is a...
Yes.
Can I just verify that NSFAS will, the device here that says NSFAS is a platform for all colleagues from NSFAS?
Good morning, Chair. It's correct. We are all here except for the chairperson. I think is appearing as iPad, but all of us are in one room. Thank you.
Okay. Can I then Chair Ernest Koza? Is that device that says iPad? Is that you? The camera is open, but the mic is not.
Yes, Chair, that's my device. My apologies for that.
Okay, we'll just.
Chairperson, sorry, we must have the chair of NSFAS rename the gadget.
Yeah, we're renaming it for him. We've renamed it. There we go. All right, that's fine. DG, so everyone is in the room or on the platform.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very happy we've got this delegation of the department from the chair of NSFAS present. As follows, Chairperson and honorable members. First and foremost, to indicate that NSFAS is established in terms of the NSFAS Act, which defines very clearly its governance processes, which defines very clearly its autonomy as an established entity that reports to the Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation, Dr. Blade Nzimande, a member of Parliament. So it's important to say this because I think it's important to understand the relationship between the department and NSFAS, so that when proposals are being made about any policy that NSFAS made, it is understood that notwithstanding the fact that they are our entity, there are established governance processes and due process that needs to be followed for amendments to such policies. You know, and as the department, it's our duty to making sure that such governance, good governance practices are established and are maintained and respected. So if our institutions make proposals about amendment to any of the NSFAS policies, they must be done with an understanding that even if the minister were happy with the proposals, those proposals will still go through an NSFAS governance process. And therefore, existing policies, such as the cap that is currently in place, are policies which are in place and they are effectively, official policies. And therefore, when any proposals are made, they are with an understanding that any amendment to such policy, if any amendment will result in the proposals being approved, will have gone through a process like that. In the same way as NSFAS went through a consultative process regarding the cap until the decision was made, the same process will be followed if any amendments were to be made. And I think this is therefore important, so that as we discuss the issues that pertains to this academic year, it is understood that this academic year has started and universities are working. Teaching and learning has assumed not at the level at which we want to see because of two matters that were tabled by students. One being the eligibility criteria for students, which in terms of our NSFAS guidelines sits at 60, but revised by the minister after NSFAS requests for amendments, which led to the 55% benchmark being made. And the fact that there was a misunderstanding regarding whether those guidelines are applied retrospectively or prospectively. We have since established that NSFAS has sent communication to clarify that that policy is prospectively applied. And this eliminates one of the two issues that were a problem in this particular year. We now have one issue that's the sector. The issue of 11 of the 26 universities worried about the cap. And I think it's important that we are specific that, from USAF itself, only 11 of the 26 universities are negatively affected by the cap. And therefore, we discussed this matter in the light of the 11 universities. And of the 11, there are 5 universities that are affected more than the rest, and of which, when we discuss interventions, they must be understood from the point of view of our short-term measures, which is simple to say whether these problems are they emergency beds so that no student find themselves stranded in the institutions. Those are some of the issues which we are addressing today to show that students are not left, unattended in as best as we understand as a department, but this is information that must be verified daily so that the accuracy of this information presented before the esteemed House is always based on integrity. This is the first point that I'm making, Chair and honorable members. The second point is the concern of our Minister, Minister Nzimande, about the welfare of all our students. The Minister, it doesn't matter if it's only one student that is affected. The main concerns about that student wishes that the matters are resolved, wishes that universities are assisted so that they can at best be able to be of assistance to those students, particularly those students that are categorized as, coming from the backgrounds of poor and the working class communities of our citizens, which is the current policy or funding policy that NSFAS follows. It's important that I say so. The third point is important to discern within the voices of those who protest against NSFAS policies, that amongst them are those who believe that the Constitution, when it says that further education, as the state development necessarily serve the country well, is if the Constitution universal access, just like this conversation, it must be understood. It's a document that guides the men.
Sorry, colleagues, I was just skeptical to say that the DG's network is bad because we are load shed in Acacia Park. And I think we've actually lost the DG now, and Honorable Yabo has confirmed that it is the DG's network. If colleagues can just indicate, DG, your network is really bad. And it's been bad for some time. I just was reluctant to say anything because my network in Acacia is bad. So I don't know if you're able to hop onto a different network or device?
Chair, I will fix it. Maybe we can allow NSFAS to present. In the meantime, I will fix my devices and then I will make my comments, maybe as concluding comments later on.
Okay, DG, thank you. Thank you, DG Sishi. I'd like to then hand over to the chair of the board of NSFAS and also just appreciate the presence of board members of NSFAS, Prof. Msweli, as well as Mr. Fuzani, who I think most members would have met in our physical meetings last year. Maybe only Honorable Khachao and Honorable Mukhale would have not met the board members, but welcome to yourselves and thank you for your continuous presence in the work of NSFAS. You're not new faces, we know you. That means that as a board, you are supporting the entity well. So welcome to yourselves as well. Over to you, Chair.
To the DG and officials of the department, the DDGs and the advisors of the minister. I'm joined this morning by my colleagues from the board, the CEO and his team, and we would like to rest on matters of higher funding provision. The CEO, joined by the COO and the CFO, will make their presentation on matters that the portfolio committee raised. I would like to start off for purposes of context, and maybe I should thank the DG so much for emphasizing the governance responsibility of the board and the management of NSFAS. For context, Chair of the Portfolio Committee, let me start off by addressing the matter of the cap, because it's a very serious matter that I believe at this point in time in our history requires firm leadership and no vacillation at all. This issue is not only
I think we can't hear Chairperson Khosa now. Anela, is that correct?
Yeah, we've lost the chair of NSFAS, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Yabo. Yeah, Chair Khosa, your network is failing you. We can't hear you at all. I think we've actually lost him from the platform now.
The network is strong.
Yeah, no, it's bad. I'd like to then, I think we should go straight into the CEO's presentation. I'll come back to both Chairperson Khosa as well as DG Sishi towards the end. But maybe let's just go straight into the CEO's presentation. Mr. Nonkoko.
Good. Good morning, Chair.
The board and
Sorry,
accountability.
Mr. Nongoko. Chairperson Kosa, we're going to allow you to, your network is bad. So we're going to request. Oh. Did it hear
Well, schools can't arrive late. She's pushing they just
Mlambo Phazami.
Colleagues, please make sure you're. Who's Mlambo PV?
I don't know, but I know that Phazami is some too.
Okay, can we all just pause? Like, Mr. Cos, I'm going to ask that your device was, the network was weak and we really could not hear you. It actually sounded like DGs. So we had said that we're going to give you time to, I don't know, fix the network. And we're going to go to the CEO and get the presentation from the CEO. And then we'll come back to yourself and to... We'll come back to yourself and DG towards the end. So you'll come first and then DG will come in.
okay. No, thanks, sir.
And then Honorable Safao, I see your hand is up.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Good morning to you, honorable members and everybody present. I just wanted to make a recommendation just to give the NSFAS 10 minutes to consolidate their tech glitches, but I don't know if they're ready. If they are ready, then there's no need, but if they aren't, then 10 minutes for them to just get their house in order and then we can proceed.
Thanks, Honorable Safao. My understanding is that the chair Kosa is in a different venue. DG Sishi was in a different location, and the NSFAS team, the executive team, was at the office, hence they're sharing a platform, so they should be fine. So we just need to ensure that DG Sishi and Mr. Kosa fix their network, and then we'll go back to them towards the end. So I'm so sorry, CEO, Mr. Nongoko, for all of that. Mlambo, please, your device was disturbing us. Please make sure you mute everyone. Can we all make sure we mute our devices, please? Apologies, CEO, over to you.
Good morning to the chair of the committee, to the honorable members of the committee, to the DG of the department, DDGs, and all the colleagues from the department and from the committee. Chair, firstly, I think at the onset, we want to start off with an apology for not having sent the information that had been requested by the committee in our last session. We will send this information today as soon as we are done with this meeting. Secondly, Chair, I do have with me in the room the executive team, the COO, the CFO, Sivu from my office. The CIO is joining us from a different venue. Chair, with your permission, I would allow that the COO makes the first part of the presentation, followed by the second part that will be done by the CFO. I should also indicate, Chair, that since we submitted the presentation to the committee, we have made some enhancements to it, just adding on the additional on the information that had been requested by the committee. With that, Chair, I will then hand over. If you please allow, Chair, that we turn off the video from a bandwidth perspective, and then I'll hand over to Alison to take us through the presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Sue. Thank you, Chair, and good morning to honorable members in the committee and to the DG and colleagues from the department. The part of the presentation that I will start with is to update the committee on matters of student accommodation and how far the entity has come to try and assist students in this area. I will quickly recap the value proposition that we have communicated to the department and to all our stakeholders. And as I go through this value proposition, I'll also be highlighting work that we have done ever since the start of the academic year up to date. On the first item, assign students to available accommodation. We have had to engage with a number of institutions and did actually see that there is an intervention that NSFAS needed to put in place. We started organizing the private accommodation providers. You may all recall that the NSFAS portal to invite accommodation providers to list their properties went live in December last year. And since then, we have been collecting information from these accommodation providers by region. So that work has happened, and later on in the slide, you will be able to see what is the total number of beds that have been listed and what progress we have made in relation to the accreditation process. We are working with actually NSFAS to try to assist us to pick up what the gaps will be, especially because what we have identified is that most of the accommodation providers that have come through are very small and medium accommodation providers that in some instances are coming into the space for the first time. The accreditation process also has started. We have worked on the policy on the minimum norms and standards as the basis to inform the accreditation. We picked up that we have to educate the accommodation providers. It does seem there was a gap in terms of understanding. In fact, there is a huge gap in terms of the understanding and the expectation from the accommodation providers on what exactly the student accommodation need to look like. So for both institutional and private accommodation, we are working on this policy directive on the minimum norms and standards to make sure that there is compliance across the board. Another area was the costing of accommodation, where our intention was to pay the accommodation providers directly. Again, on this area, the whole area was to make sure that the students are able to be accommodated properly and that NSFAS is able to account to the amount that NSFAS is paying to the accommodation providers, and hence the importance of having the workshops with the accommodation providers, explaining the expectations of the minimum norms and standards and the costing of accommodation per se. The grading of accommodation is work that we have started to do to make sure that what we put on the ground and the verification system and process that we will enable NSFAS to be able to match what has been paid versus the expenditure. And in fact, this is the one area that we're really trying to get right, because it's the other area that has challenged the policy, especially around the cap. We have quite advanced in terms of working towards grading and looking at private accommodation as well as institutional accommodation grading. So these reports will become available, I think, towards the end of this month. In terms of assigning students to available accommodation, sorry, I'll repeat the slide. Why the slides are not moving? So in the main, the workshops that we have had covered these areas. The accommodation providers have been our focus from when we started the workshop from the 1st of March up to so far, and we have covered all the provinces except for the Northern Cape. All the accommodation providers are taken through the portal. So this is the summary of what the portal, the system functionality looks like. But what happened in the workshops was a live demonstration of the system so that accommodation providers can also get to interact with the system, create their profile, upload the documents. And the intention of it was to also assist NSFAS to get feedback as to what works and what is not working. The one area that came up in predominantly in Gauteng was the issue of where there was an issue with the payment gateway that was raised by the accommodation providers, and we had to come back and make sure that the payment gateway is actually fixed and is working. So from this workshop, we have seen that there has been an increased number of beds that are listed. So we want to believe that if it's not for understanding of how to engage with the system, then that issue must be resolved. We have now the student residences created on the portals, and we have the beds that have been agreed, that have been listed, that have been paid for. And what is currently happening is that NSFAS is assigning the accreditors to go on site and start the actual accreditation process with the checklist of the minimum norms and standards. As we indicated, it will be the policy that NSFAS is using to accredit the accommodation, and it has been the policy that institutions were also using because it is a policy that the department has developed for student accommodation. We are working also to make sure that the list that students and NSFAS and the accommodation providers will sign or will be bound by is watertight, because we have picked up some of the challenges on the ground in terms of what the concerns of the accommodations providers have been in the past, what the concerns of the students are, and what NSFAS is hoping to achieve through this process. So the process of finalizing the actual lease agreement is also very advanced. And once this is done, then it will also be incorporated onto the portal. So both the student and this accommodation provider can see what the terms and conditions will look like. It's important to also highlight that the list will be signed by NSFAS, and as the intention is to pay the students directly. So that is how far we have come in terms of exposing the accommodation providers to the portal. We've took them through the portal, we took them through the policy itself, and we've also allowed for them to raise whatever other issues that they feel will enhance the process going forward. For the student side, students should be able to view and apply for accommodation, sign lease agreements, log the cases against the residents, and respond to the annual review of the residents. This part of the system was not yet made available to the students. You may remember at the beginning of the year, the process was that all the universities and the TVET colleges will continue to support the students. So the allocation of students at institutions of higher learning then took place. However, we also picked up on a lot of issues around the care, because then many students were not allocated. A manual intervention or a workaround solution was found for the students, where there was a speeding up of the accreditation of accommodation in areas where such areas were identified, and also the engagements with institutions that were affected, where the students were affected. did take place between NSFAS and the affected institutions. At this point in chair, it does feel very settled across the sector. In the meeting we had with SAUS, we had requested that if there's still any other students that have been outside or excluded because of the accommodation cap, that such information is provided to NSFAS PDD so that on the number of beds that have been accredited up to so far, those students can be moved to those residences. We have not yet started the process of, in fact, the institution upload of residences. Only about 2 institutions have come forward to request to engage on how do they start the process of uploading their residences also on the NSFAS portal. But it does feel like for the institutions, particularly universities, they would like much more collaboration and understanding and to be handheld to work with the system to the point that they understand how all the expectations in terms of exchanging of the information, the start and end dates of the process will look like. So we have received requests from 2, and I do believe that we will be getting more to engage. So there seems to be more interest to work with us now on the process, but each institution wants to understand the process and make it work for their students. For the NSFAS part, the portal allows us to manage the back end of the system, approve accommodations, schedule inspections, approve the residences, suspend the residences, and basically to deal with the case management of the system as it were. Where we are, so we have met all the accommodation providers that have listed for all the provinces, as I indicated, except for the Northern Cape, which we are planning to meet in the coming week. And we have consolidated all the inputs that we got from the accommodation providers, and in terms of whether it's system enhancement or structurally how the program should be supported on the ground. So we have gathered that very useful input to improve on the program. There was also a question, Chair, which we were requested to answer on how did NSFAS arrive at the cap. The NSFAS determined the cap from our data. So every year when institutions submit their claims, we are able to see what the cost per student accommodation are, institution, or I think at this point in time, we were not even breaking down by private accommodation. And from that data, we do understand that the cost per accommodation varies across the various areas in the country, with the smallest or the minimum cost that could be anything from 2,800 in certain regions, and that go up to 90,000 in other regions. When we look at the average cost of the student cost for accommodation, I think it was about 42,000. The average cost was about 33,000. So yes, we have had to go back and look into the data again and understand where could this challenges be coming from, as we have also received those queries from institutions that are above the cap. I think we've got only about 6 institutions that are above the average cost of NSFAS student accommodation cap. Again, the implementation of the cap, Chair, is really to enforce the implementation of the controls that have been recommended to make sure that the NSFAS fund is sustainable, but also we can explain the costs for each of the allowances that we are able to pay to the students. And as one of the recommendations, I think on the on the MTT report to make sure that NSFAS begin to introduce controls that assist students to achieve and complete within the qualification time. It's not only the accommodation cap, it's also the academic success criteria. So this is just one of those recommendations to try to make sure that the scheme is sustainable. I did speak to the fact that we had to also look into the market data around student accommodation in South Africa broadly. And we picked up on research, very recent study that was completed in 2021 that sought to categorize the student housing market. And at some level, even though it may be accepted that there may have been limitations to the study, but generally it outlines the categories and the broad expected cost for the categories of different student housing market. So those are some of the inputs that we considered in terms of determining the cap. Further work is continuing to look much more closer as in engaging with the affected institutions to actually provide detailed cost breakdown of what informs the costing to above 45,000 for each of those. So that work has happened, and we are expecting institutions to give us feedback in that regard. The issue of NSFAS interventions with institutions that are affected, we have started engaging those affected institutions in order for us to find the solutions for the funded student that could not be placed because of the accommodation cap. For those that we have engaged with, some institutions already had plans that have put forward to assist the students. In fact, majority of them did, but the big issue was the sustainability of that plan, and the appetite was that we need to find a solution that is more sustainable in the short to the long term. On the other hand, we are also fast tracking the accreditation of accommodation providers and verifying the beds that are registered on the portal so that we can begin to create stock for students and that we can begin to allocate students where then there are issues raised that students are not accommodated at institutions. As at 20 March 2023, we have on the portal 393,227 birds that have been registered by 20,751 accommodation providers across the country. So this is quite a good number, but in that number, we have also a whole lot of smaller, very small accommodation providers. And in some of these beds also, we have accommodation providers that have listed, but there are also the accommodation providers that are still above the cap. So a lot of work has to still happen with each of the accommodation providers in terms of negotiating the cap down to the proposed cap, or to actually also understand why the costs that they are projecting are the costs. It does seem that for most of the accommodation providers, they believe the 45,000 is what they should claim, whether or not they meet the requirements. So a lot of education also around the fact that the cap is exactly that. It does not mean that everybody can all of a sudden now claim 4,500 because it is a policy maximum. So we have had to educate a lot of our accommodation, all our accommodation providers to understand that the only way that they can cost and charge a student, an NSFAS student, is based on the compliance to the requirements and actually charging correctly and instead of just following the cap. Hence the work that we are doing with the IFAC, yes, in trying to break down the cost will help us also to look at the area of private accommodation providers and to guide them in terms of the costing. We started the workshops with accommodation providers, and we felt those are important before even we start to send accreditors on site. The big issue was when we had initially just sent accreditors to the accommodation providers, there was a lot of pushback because people were not sure whether these are legitimately NSFAS people, and they needed direct engagement with NSFAS before we could send accreditors so that they understand these are people that come from NSFAS and they are correctly identified through NSFAS. So we have had to correct that and restarted the process properly from the 13th of March. So by the end of that week, we had listed or accredited at least 3,000 beds, which we believe is if we're going on at this rate, we should be able to roughly have another 3,000 or less. So if we can weekly accredit in this range, we will be able to build stock quite speedily. So this is the number of accredited beds per region. As we can see, we try to focus on the areas that were hotspots, Pretoria in the main for University of Pretoria, as well as for Wits University. So a lot of our efforts was in Gauteng in the first week of the accreditation. In the last week, we moved to KwaZulu-Natal, and we are still expecting a report from KwaZulu-Natal in terms of the beds that have been accredited and verified so that we can update this information. And so for the rest of the provinces where we have already had meetings with accommodation providers, we do then expect to get a similar report showing what since has been listed, and we are working on this. This is just by indication on when the accommodation workshops have been held for the various provinces. We started with the Western Cape, and immediately in the Western Cape, because we were dealing with the issues at Stellenbosch as well as the University of Cape Town on accommodation. We did have, how many beds accredited? Quite a number of beds accredited for the Western Cape, but also we found that some beds were not accreditable. But at the same time, both universities had already had plans to support the students. We did the Eastern Cape on the 7th of March. The issue that came from the Eastern Cape mainly is the rural nature of the province. And the request from accommodation providers was for NSFAS to consider an extended outreach process so that we could reach all other areas, including far areas like Butterworth. Northwest and Mpumalanga were held with Gauteng. No much issues there, except that they indicated they were unable to function properly with the payment gateway that was subsequently fixed. KZN meetings happened last week, and the accreditation process is unfolding. So we need to be able to get the report as to the number of KZN beds available. Limpopo happened on Monday at the same time. So most of this was stacked, and we're really moving at quite a reasonable pace, considering all the other issues that are currently taking priority. Chair, so that would be the first part of the report. And the second part of the report I will talk to is the payment of allowances for this year. In terms of the TVET payments, we currently have paid 71,590 students. And NSFAS pays students based on registration data received. And for the TVET colleges for this period, we had received 118,492 registration records. When we look at the second line, no my NSFAS user profile, NORACO incorrect onboarding. So the number of 4,007 and the number of 887 will now add to the 71,000 because those were subsequently paid in the last Friday. the big issue is the registration data. We aim to pay on every Friday. We have, as at that payment date, when we prepare the payment file for the payments to be received by the students on the Friday, hence the 71,590 paid and adding the 2 lines. After that date, where we have prepared the file, we receive subsequently 39,000 odd registration records, which means that the students then will have to be paid this Friday. So in other words, the registration and the payments are processed based on the registration that has been received. And the indication here is for TVET colleges, because universities at this point in time, we still allow universities to pay their students. And we have put in place measures to make sure that they're able to do so. So this is the status in terms of the projections, or just a reflection on the numbers for TVET college students paid at this point in time. I do believe, Chair, we will enhance this slide and just give you a comparison of the previous year. It's not, the picture is not looking very much different from what it was last year during the same time. And so our effort to try and assist was to send NSFAS to staff to colleges to assist them, and only then the numbers picked up for the TVET registration data. But the summary of the slide is that what has been received in terms of the registration was paid, except for where we see under investigation 1,802. Those are where we have registration data submitted, but the cost codes that we are expecting to see come through, that speaks to how NSFAS must apply the academic eligibility criteria for TVET colleges, has not been complied to. So here we need to engage with the colleges to try and fix the cost codes and reprocess the students. Registration to payment reports, I have covered this. So we do 2 payment runs at this point that we have already processed based on the registration, and we will be doing the 3rd weekly payment run to catch up the registration that was received after the payment of last Friday. The majority of the students, F has been seen in the report, is because their registration claim came after the processing of the file was done for the last week's payment. The universities have indicated that universities are currently paying their students, and we made the first upfront on the 31st of January. The second upfront was made on the 6th of March. So this is the time where all institutions are finalizing allocations, types of allowances, whether a student must qualify for accommodation or for transport, and then submit the registration data accordingly to NSFAS. So we do believe that by now universities are complete and they have to start uploading their registration data to NSFAS, so that as of the 1st of April, payments to universities could also be done through the system. The TVET college payment is currently being done through the system. So we will then expect our universities also to start loading the registration on the system so that the students can be paid through the system. We did have an issue with regards the living allowance for university students, and we have received minister's approval that the living allowance for students can be increased by 10% from the proposed 15,750 to 16,500 or 1,650 per month. So that again will be implemented and has to be factored into the changed registration claims that institutions will have to submit to claim for the university students. Chair, thank you. At this point, I will ask the CFO to come in and present on the other section of the report. Thank you, Chair.
Is the next colleague coming up?
I'm sure, Chair, did you not ask that for a second, maybe they must show their faces? I saw the COO did not show her face.
Colleagues, please let us show our faces for a second and then close the camera after that.
Good morning, committee chair. We are just uploading the next presentation, Chair. Please bear with us. I will proceed once the presentation is uploaded. Thank you.
This one, yeah.
Sorry, I kicked out for a second there. Is the chair available to make his remarks before we hand back to the team from NSFAS? Okay, it seems like he's not available.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am, Chair. Can I proceed as they upload the report?
Yes,
And
yeah.
Thank you so much, Chair of the committee, and apologies for the earlier hiccup. The CEO will make some addition on the accommodation cap and how we arrived at that. It's two issues that I would like to address, just to provide some more context. The first is the accommodation cap, and the second is the matter that the CFO is about to talk to on the acquisition of the building. Now, on the accommodation cap, Chair, if you allow me to talk to this issue, as I believe that is a matter that requires firm leadership and no vacillation at all. This matter does not only affect NSFAS beneficiaries, it's about poor parents, it's about what some call the missing middle, as our people cannot afford paying up to 9,000 rands per month for accommodation. And accommodation should not be a new tool for exclusion of poor students at our universities. And I don't believe, Chair, that there's any sensible student formation that can engage in a strike demanding to pay more. And if such a thing happens, the question that we should ask is, who are we actually talking to? We're very happy to account to you on this matter as the COO has, and we really appreciate this. This notwithstanding, Chair, I believe calls for accounting from institutions of higher learning as well, who, in our observations, their accommodation rates are astonishingly and religiously emulated by adjacent landlords. And I believe, Chair, that in that accounting, we should go beyond geography. We should be more solution-orientated. That property is expensive at this or that venue, we all know. That's basically economics 101. I believe we should go deeper than that. In this regard, Chair, there's something very important that I think we should observe from what happened at Wits University. On the 5th of March, Wits University wrote a circular to the SRC in which they said something that I believe is very important for the accommodation cap. And if you allow me, Chair, to quote that quickly, because I think it's very important for this debate. It goes as follows. The Wits private accommodation accreditation policy requires private providers to provide NSFAS students with accommodation at the NSFAS rate of 45,000 rands per annum. Therefore, no deposit are required to access the accommodation. The university agrees to work with the SRC on reviewing the accreditation policy. I think this is something worth emulating, Chair, for other universities. The university here played an agency role, talking to accommodation providers, and drew the line. I think this is the approach in which all universities should approach this. And no university should be a spectator. They should all be agents for change, and this is something worth emulating. Now, on the building, Chair, before the CFO makes his presentation, I just want to emphasize to this committee that the board and management, to the best of our knowledge, has observed all governance prescripts, the law, ethics, and policies. And we're confident that whatever decision was taken on the basis of what is legally sound and what is also ethically sound. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Khosa. All right, as we hand back to the colleagues in the office, I see the slide is ready, so the colleague can just continue.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me start by first greeting. Good morning to yourself, Chair, committee members, NSFAS board and NSFAS board members, Director General, CEO and colleagues. I am first going to start with the information on the previous office list premises, which was located at Wynberg, Cape Town. That was for a significant number of years. The initial lease period expired February 2016. During the 2016 financial year, NSFAS embarked on a tender process for a new office space. However, the process was cancelled due to unaffordability of the bid prices as outlined in the bid proposals received at that time. It was then at the time that NSFAS requested a lease extension for a period of 5 years from National Treasury. We requested approval for this extension. The approval was granted to NSFAS, and this NSFAS extended the lease in Wynberg for a period commencing 1 March 2017 and ending on the 28th of February 2022. The premises located in Wynberg presented a number of challenges, which I outlined below and I'm going to cover. The location was based in a predominantly residential area, which was not central and easily accessible to the public. It was not based in the city center, which would be easily accessible to the student population and any other stakeholder. There were limited parkings available, and most staff had to park in the nearby roads, of which there are a number of incidents of car break and damages that were reported. The staff did not feel that they were safe, as it was situated next to a taxi rank where a number of robberies occurred and drug usage was apparent. The space planning and layout of the premises was not fit for purpose, as staff did not have freedom of movement due to limited space, a lack of meeting rooms, a lack of ablution facilities, and outdated ICT infrastructure. The above factors had a significant impact on the rental of the premises and rate per square meter. The total list size was equivalent to 3,883 square meters at a rate per square meter of 141 VAT included. The premises had a total number of 84 parking bays at a rate per parking bay of 658, including VAT. As Wynberg is a residential area and not commercial based, coupled with the fact that the building condition is aged, the rate per square meter was below market value. The total monthly lease lease fee had NSFAS stated a Wynberg premises is equivalent to 603,000 VAT included per month, with an escalation rate of 8.5%. Procurement process followed for the new leased premises. As the lease was expiring end of February, it was imperative that NSFAS follow the principles of Section 217 of the Constitution of South Africa, in that a formal procurement process be embarked on to ensure that NSFAS be competitive, transparent, and value for money is achieved. In addition, NSFAS had already sought approval from National Treasury in 2017 for 5 years lease extension on the basis of a successful tender process, and it would not want to seek another extension approval, as this would be deemed poor planning and would be classified as irregular expenditure. NSFAS resolution was to advertise their property lease requirements to the market through a formal tender process. In developing the bid specification, it was imperative to address the challenges and limitations experienced at the Wynberg leased premises. During that time, COVID-19 cases were on the decline. However, the importance of social distancing was key, noting that the Wynberg leased premises was not COVID-19 compliant due to spacing arrangements. The specification focused on the following, which were specified on the tender document: the increase of a space of 8,000 square meters, which shall address the COVID-19 spacing requirements and address the availability of space for envisioned redesign of the organizational structure, which was a key initiative by NSFAS board. They increased a number of parking bays to a minimum of 100 to ensure that more staff have access to use their vehicles to travel to work due to public transport instability and other safety measures. Improve access control, pollution facilities, ICT infrastructure, HVAC services, network connectivity, public accessibility, security controlled, and other measures. The specifications further did not want to limit the prospective bidder to owners only, but as the rental market is understood, rentals are managed by agents, and thus the bid document allowed for agents acting on behalf of owners would further be in a position to bid, which upheld the principle of fairness. A summary of the evaluation process: 8 bids were received, and of the 8 bids received, 7 bids did not achieve the mandatory requirements of the tender, whereas only 1 did, and thus proceeded to be evaluated for functionality. The key highlights of the proposal by the bidder, in addition to them achieving the tender conditions, were as follows. Location: the building is located at 4 Christian Barnard Street, City Center, Cape Town. The building is located within proximity to all transport facilities such as city taxi rank, train station, and bus station, which links to all areas of Cape Town. There are retail stores and other amenities within proximity. The building is located next to Christian Barnard Hospital. Accessibility and size: the building offered has 21 floors, with the proposal being offered of the 16th, 17th, and 18th floor, and lastly the 21st floor, which totals 8,381 square meters. All 5 floors are similar in nature and set up with an average floor space of 1,677 square meters. The first 12 floors are currently parking bays, as there are over 600 parking bays in the building. The entire building is 21,000 square meters in size. The 22nd and 23rd, 22nd up to 24th floor are apartment space, while floor 13, 14, and 15 are currently occupied by an audit firm, KPMG. Additional office space can be provided on the ground floor for a student walk-in center if so required. The building has 5 compliant lifts next to each other. There is only one male and one female bathroom per floor. Each bathroom, however, has adequate ablution facilities. The building is currently in excellent condition with no notable defects identified. The building is new as it was built in 2015. All 5 floors included in the bid proposal are currently white boxed. Therefore, it is readily available for the fit out to commence. It will thus alleviate any time pressure as the white box process has already been completed. So this was the position at the time when the tender was evaluated. In terms of the parking, the bidder can offer over 150 single bay parking bays in an access controlled basement. Additional parking can be made available on request. Issues of security, the building has 24/7 physical security guards on site, and NSFAS will not be required to contract additional security, which will be a cost saving in this regard. CCTV surveillance systems are in place to monitor all entrance and exit points. A building access control system has already been installed. Network connectivity. The existing infrastructure is DFA with complete fiber requirements achieved. This achieves NSFAS requirements. And lastly, other key points to mention about the new building is that it has a 800 kVA generator in place. It currently has a HVAC, which is the aircon system installed, and has the required fire alarms, heat and smoke detectors. The rental escalation per annum is negotiated to 7%. The early occupation rental for December and January is free of charge, which is a cost saving advantage for NSFAS. Dynamic SA indicated that should NSFAS not be ready to comment for the commencement of the relocation from December 2021, this will still be fine and no cost shall be billed to NSFAS. In addition, a conference center is currently being constructed in the same road where NSFAS can have access for hosting a conference. The procurement processes followed for the new list premises are continuing. The bidder had estimated that the complete fit out cost for all 5 floors is 25.8 million. Their contribution, the tenant installation allowance to this is 7.4 million, including VAT, which is equivalent to 5 months rental. This results in a total of 18.3 million VAT inclusive that NSFAS would be responsible for as per the table. A benchmark exercise was performed to determine whether the rate per square meter proposed by Dynamic SA is reasonable, of which the outcome is outlined in the table below. The building details that were benchmarked, there was a building on 4 Adderley Street, Foreshore, Cape Town. This is in a close proximity to where the current building is. The rate per square meter was given at 200 rand per square meter. The rate per square meter approximates that of Dynamic SA and reasonable. Just to mention that the rate per square meter of Dynamic SA, including bed, was 198 rand per square meter. The second building that was benchmarked was 1 Tybolt building still in Cape Town. The square meter rate there is 170. The comments that we have noted is that the rate per square meter is 16% less than that of Dynamic SA. The reason for this is that the Dynamic SA building is newly constructed, and NSFAS shall be the first tenant on the 5 floors, and this and it's next to Christian Barnard Hospital and also all the transport facilities, public transport facilities are within close proximity. The last building is in Clock Tower Waterfront. The rate per square meterage there is 240. And this building is 21% more expensive than the currently leased building. And this is mainly due to the location being waterfront. A conclusion on the procurement processes followed. The procurement processes followed are compliant with PFMA, National Treasury Instruction Notes, procurement regulations, and NSFAS SCM policy. An independent review of the procurement process was performed by an external audit firm prior to the award of the contract, of which no findings were identified. The Auditor General had concluded their audit on this tender and found it to be in compliance in all aspects. No findings were raised in this particular tender. The board, in their deliberations on the tender process, followed and the eventual award of the tender applied. The board applied themselves and indicated to management that the rental fees must be supported by budget availability, which was subsequently presented to the board indicated budget for this project. The board further indicated that management must negotiate the lease escalation fee down and proceed to award the tender for the full 5 years, as opposed to the 2 years renewable for 3 years option. The lease variations that were done following the award of the tender, NSFAS engaged the bidder extensively, which focused on the space planning requirements, ICT infrastructure requirements, building services, network connectivity, and furniture. The bidder then provided a detailed budget breakdown as to how the estimated fit-out cost would be spent. Based on the feedback received from the bidder and understanding of the building requirements, it was evident that the initially estimated fit-out cost would not be sufficient. It is at this stage that the need for an increased fit-out cost expenditure would be required through a lease variation process, which was approved by the NSFAS board. Other important points to note: NSFAS can confidently state that there has been no wasteful expenditure, as all fit-out cost expenditure has been paid for valid goods delivered, which is supported by a detailed breakdown of where the costs have been spent. The costs spent have been capitalized, as these are now new assets for the organization, which are presented in the NSFAS annual financial statements, which will be subject to audit. It must be noted that the board approved the new organizational structure, which was used as the basis for the space planning and layout of the office. This new headcount totaled 425 employees. The current occupied staff is 342. So there was an increase of close to 90 headcount in the NSFAS organizational structure. The office space is currently set up and designed to fully occupy all 425 staff. And accordingly, once the vacancies have been filled, the staff will be provided with the necessary space to perform their functions. NSFAS must further state that the Wynberg lease expired on 28 February 2022, and NSFAS commenced occupying the premises in a staggered manner from February 2022 onwards. There was great agency for the side of the NSFAS for the new office space to be readily available, and this had to be balanced with the return to office strategy. As with any fit-out project, there will be delays, and there were delays in relation to building services, procurement of the required items, which was out of the control of NSFAS due to various reasons, such as expected time of arrival on deliverables due to the lack of supply. Accordingly, NSFAS had a strategy whereby of the 5 floors that staff will return, as each floor fit out is ready and completed, and fit for purpose. There was not a moment where no construction was not taking place, and NSFAS made every effort to ensure that this are monitored and had regular progress meetings with Dynamic SA and the landlord. The landlord arranged with Rockefeller Hotel for the CEO and the other executives to temporarily occupy space for free. It must be reiterated that NSFAS paid no monies for this space that was made available by the landlord. The first of the 5 floors was ready during March, and all executives and senior management occupied this space as NSFAS wanted the staff back at the office. It is acknowledged that NSFAS paid full rental from March 2020 onwards. However, not all 5 floors were ready for occupation at the same time. However, NSFAS is bound by the contractual obligation of the lease, and for months that was paid where no occupancy was taken. Extensive work had been performed on these floors to complete the fit out of the floors. Accordingly, no wasteful expenditure was incurred. The lease tender was subject to audit by the Auditor General of South Africa, of which no audit finding were identified, and it was found to be compliant. As part of the SIU investigation, the SIU have requested all documentation pertaining to this tender and contract, of which has been submitted to them, and NSFAS has had engagements with SIU on this matter and remains fully committed and displays full cooperation with the SIU. In conclusion, the property lease tender was compliant in all aspects. NSFAS followed a procurement process for the appointment of the bidder, and all monies paid are linked to the actual deliverables. Thank you very much, Chair.
If I may, Chair, just maybe summarize just a few aspects before I hand back to you, Chair. One, Chair, just that on the accommodation, the accommodation cap. Just to recap that in determining the cap, as indicated by the COO, we looked at our own data, and our own data indicated that many institutions were way below even the proposed cap of 45,000. Of course, there were these inexplicable ones that were very much above, such of the examples where the chair refers to, that we see that there are some that are even claiming as high as 100,000 per annum for a student. Secondly, Chair, we ran a workshop that was a 3-day workshop in Bloemfontein, wherein we were testing a number of issues pertaining to student accommodation, and one specific topic was such of the cap. What would be an appropriate cap? Would this be acceptable to the market? And all of those were taken into account. And lastly, Chair, we looked at the research that was done by IFIC, which is the International Finance Corporation, around the landscape of student accommodation in South Africa, which also then looked at what would be a proposed cost for an NSFAS type of a bed, which looked at a range of between 28,000 and 33,000. And as such, those were the considerations that we took into account in determining the cap. The other thing just to highlight is that where we've seen that there are problems with certain institutions where the cap is not implemented, that we have tried to speed up the accreditation process to ensure that there are available beds for those students that we've been stranded. I'm sure the DG will cover this, that also through the department we are engaging with the specific institutions that are specifically affected in this. And lastly, Chair, just on the accommodation or the lease part, that one, I think we followed the procurement process. As we all know that we can only be confined to what it is that we get from the market from a procurement perspective, and that we went through a number of processes to make sure that the process was proper, namely that there were due diligences that were done, there were market assessments that we did, and we also had an independent firm prior to the audit of the AGSA look at the compliances surrounding this, thereby that the conclusion the chair was making that we followed all the proper procurement prescripts in acquiring the space, and that the space is based on the approved organizational structure, of which we are still in the process of filling that structure as it was approved last year. With that, Chair, we will conclude our presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, CEO. I'd like to now hand over to DG Sishi.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to you, Chair, and honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. I take this opportunity to recognize the presentation by the Chair of NSFAS, Chairman NS Kosa, the CEO and the entire team, CEO Andile Nongoko and the entire team, including the presentation by the CFO, which I thought was well detailed and very clear. I appreciate the presentation, Chair. I thought earlier I did make a few remarks, but may I just conclude those remarks by making reference to the Constitution, Chapter 2 of the Bill of Rights, Section 29, 1A and B, that declares that everyone has a right to a basic education, including adult basic education. And 1B, that indicates that the further education, the state must, through reasonable measures, make progressively available and accessible. Close quote. Chairperson, I think it's important that matters education are seen in the light of the Constitution, which is a fundamental frame that informs the work we do, and as defined by the aspirations of the people of South Africa. I wish in this regard, Chair, to indicate that from this presentation that has been made by NSFAS, it is easy to conclude that the Department of Higher Education and Training and the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Innovation continues to drive a process of access to education progressively through meaningful means, as indicated in the Constitution. To as best as I could figure out, Chairperson, it is clear there's a lot of work to be done, because as long as there is one student that complains about student accommodation, we cannot rest, but feel that we all have a duty to work together. I take this opportunity to also thank the Portfolio Committee for making this opportunity available for us to account to Parliament about work that is being done. And I think, Chair, those are my first comments out of the way. May I address myself directly now to the issues raised in the presentation. The presentation clearly defines the value proposition of NSFAS as an organization, that it's an organization that is assigned, to ensure that students are assigned to available accommodation, that they continue to accredit, accommodation through clear policy directives, and that the costing of accommodation is looked into, so that principles of accessibility, as well as in their grading of accommodation, they look into verification systems that are accredited, and this presentation provides this this area, Chair. I think to a very large extent, the presentation begins to also indicate the mischief. What is the problem? And today we can now conclude that the NSFAS 45,000 cap was not generated from a thumbsuck, but it was a process that was evidence-based. You can argue that that evidence is not sufficient because from a purist point of view, we must do research, but credible research by the banking institutions, that considers local market and available data has been taken into account. And I think it is important to take this into account. Existing data that the CEO suggests that it is NSFAS data is data that is drawn from historically, the evolution of the accommodation issues historically across all institutions, in our colleges, as well as at our public universities largely. And I think this information NSFAS must make available to the members of this committee, so that all of us can actually see it. Because it's an important, whatever research you conduct, you will not do so without this information. So I think it's important that we say this, because it's one thing to argue that this cap could improve to accommodate some of the universities that have certain dynamics that are not covered by the 45,000 cap. I'm sure that any reasonable person would say, yes, let's look at it. Any meaningful, proposals that seek to improve, they are fine. And we will support it. And that's what the minister's leadership has been about in this regard. When the minister was confronted with the two issues that were on the table, he immediately met Yusuf to say, Yusuf, what is your presentation? Of course, it's very difficult to understand the voice of Yusuf these days, because when you meet Yusuf, they bring all universities in the meeting. So you will not distinguish between the voice of Yusuf and the voice of individual universities that are there, which is something which we have come to appreciate with Yusuf over the years. But this time around, it looks like we have to support Yusuf to develop the level of maturity until it is able to coherently capture the issues in such a manner that we will be able to see where is the mischief in further and higher education in South Africa. So given that the NSFAS implementation of the student accommodation cap is done for the first time this year, it is proper, Chair, that this portfolio committee has given us an opportunity to look into the progress in the implementation of this policy. And we have also established that there is work that still needs to be done, so that of the 15 universities that are not affected by the cap, those 11 that have indicated that they are affected are also assisted in the short term, so that whilst we refine our policy instruments, we at the same time are able to improve service delivery and also improve our platforms for engaging our institutions. But most importantly, what is emerged, Chair, is the need to refine the minimum norms and standards for students' accommodation. And I think this has been highlighted, and as a department, we like to confirm that this is an area that needs to be looked into. We have noted, Chair, that since the beginning of March, NSFAS has done decent work in ensuring that at least additional beds are made available to the sector. This is a huge relief that we are now speaking when we've got more than 3,000 beds already made available through the accreditation process, which therefore means those students that are currently affected in those few universities, especially the 5 universities that are largely reported to have more serious problems, we are able to immediately release those 3,000 beds so that they are able to accommodate the students that are currently or that would have been stranded at a particular point. But what is also important is that universities, and to the credit of our universities, especially our vice chancellors, that many of them have taken initiatives to make sure that emergency beds are made available to our students. We commend this work, which has been done in collaboration with the university branch of the Department of Higher Education and Training to identify these students, and which therefore means as we move these students, as they are, as funding decisions have been finalized by NSFAS to the newly accredited accommodation, it relieves the pressure on the emergency beds that were there, so that any student that currently is in the limbo still is guaranteed some decent accommodation that is aligned to the standards and norms and standards that we have set. I think this is very important. I appreciate the conclusion that indicates that accommodation providers have been engaged, 38 in number. I'm not happy though, Chair, with the presentation that it is not helping us to understand the distribution of these 38 providers. Where are they? Where are they? Located? Because you might have 38 and all of them are largely in the urban and so forth. We need to make sure that they are accessible to all of our regions and provinces, particularly where we've got a footprint of our universities, especially historically disadvantaged institutions. This is an area which I think it's important. I trust that the CEO will make a comment along those lines. Otherwise, Chair, we need to also take into account that there has been payments, largely of all those funded students, their allowances have been made. This is very, very important. I think we need to also, recognize the work of the board of NSFAS regarding the issue of the implementation of the minister's decision on the increase of the allowances, having taken into account the amount of time it has taken for us to revise the allowances of more than 5 years. It was clear that the allowances were inadequately covering the needs of our students. And this year, this has been increased by 10%. And we'd like to thank our minister, for having made this possible, and NSFAS board for having made sure that this is implemented. And they are reporting in this presentation that there has been payments that have been made through transfers that were done in March. But once they recognize that registration data did not cover the user profiles of some of the students. On the 18th of March, this was covered. And I think this is really, really important. And I think that we must commend the decision of NSFAS to say that every week there are going to be, payment, trances and the runs of their systems. These weekly runs will ensure that whatever decisions or funding decisions that are taken of a few students, they don't wait until the end of the month before students are paid their allowances. Immediately, the information and data is made available by universities. NSFAS is able to pay through the new runs that are done at least 4 times a month. This is what I call service delivery. Is it adequate? I wouldn't say yes, because I feel that we must continue to work hard to making sure that these are dealt with and are improved all the time. The data made available in this presentation regarding the university payment dates show that up to now, between 800 to 900,000 students have been paid upfront since the 31st of January 2023 and the 6th of March 2023. And I think this is important, but we must say that as a department, it's our duty to continue working with the Department of Basic Education so that in the future, when the registration period commences, we have all data from basic education, available to universities so that registration processes and enrollments are done. This year, the late release of results have certainly affected the stability of the beginning of the year, notwithstanding that the reasons advanced by basic education are sound reasons, which we support because of COVID-19. They were forced to do so. But we are going to be working with basic education to making sure that we stabilize this area. And we are working with the DG of basic education in this regard. And I can assure you that we will make sure that whatever decisions are taken, they are communicated timeously. But we go back to the old systems of early release of registration data to both NSFAS and universities so that we give them an opportunity to improve on their registration processes. Otherwise, Chair, I'm happy that the small team appointed by the minister to work on these issues have started to do work, but I encourage universities to making sure that they work, because it's clear that some of them have provided all the data that has been requested, but obviously others need to give us more data so that we continue to improve in this regard. Chairperson, thank you for the opportunity. I think the presentation is welcome, but I think the horses have bolted. And when you discuss these matters after students have protested, it just doesn't augur well for good governance. Going forward, we must make sure that we anticipate, these issues and fix them in advance so that we don't react to problems that have been tabled, but we proactively put measures and mitigation strategies in place. And in this regard, all of us must take responsibility in the department, as well as the NSFAS board, as well as universities regarding this. And no one must point fingers. Instead, all of us must take responsibility and say we are going to work with NSFAS to refine its policies so that if there's a need to amend any of their policies, this is evidence-based. The universities have argued, especially Yusuf, that there is a need for evidence-based approach. They must equally provide us with evidence-based, data. They mustn't just give us data that is not evidence-based, so that we are able to refine our processes. And we are going to make sure that this happens. all of us will benefit from that process going forward. Otherwise, Chair, thank you for the platform, and thanks to NSFAS board for the good work that they've done thus far. But all of us must not be satisfied with the work we have done thus far. Instead, we must say we are capable of doing better and improve on service delivery. And our minister insists that we do so, and we shall do so. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, DG. I see DM Manamela is on the platform. DM, is there anything you'd like to say before I open up to members?
Thank you, Chairperson, and also to members of the Portfolio Committee. Yeah, I listened to partly the presentation by the NSFAS and now the remarks by the DG, and I think both the NSFAS CFO, CEO, and also the Chair and DG are quite capable of dealing with this. Yeah. Thank you for the opportunity, Chair, but I'm good. Thanks.
Thank you, DM. Thank you very much to DG Dr. Nkosinathi Sishi, the Director General of the Department of Higher Education and Training. Thank you very much to the Chairperson of the NSFAS board. Thank you very much to Mr. Andile Nongogo, the CEO of NSFAS, together with colleagues from the executive and board members who are here, Prof. Msweli, Mr. Fuzani, Ms. Beya. Thank you very much for your continuous commitment to the work of the board and to the committee. And thank you, DM Manamela, for joining us. I'd like to, at this point, hand over to members for their comments and questions. I think to DG and CEO in particular, it will be very, very important for us to bring forth solid research. You know, when you're fighting with, okay, we're not fighting, but to be honest, we're fighting. This matter of the cap is a war, you know. It's a war with capital. It's a fight for social justice. We got a very interesting presentation as young people from the African National Congress Youth League this weekend from the Minister of Infrastructure, well, the Minister of Electricity, but he gave us a presentation on infrastructure and energy. Because as young people, we are interested in understanding, you know, those dynamics at a national level. And in his presentation, he breaks down various forms and objectives of infrastructure, and he then speaks to a particular bracket of infrastructure and refers to it as social infrastructure. So he says we have infrastructure for various reasons. We have economic infrastructure, we have institutional infrastructure, and we have social infrastructure. And in that moment, I immediately thought of the reality we find ourselves in higher education. He then has a part in his slide where he says infrastructure is political. And I immediately again thought of the reality in higher education, because the issue I would want to believe that all the infrastructure in higher education is ultimately economic or social, right? And if I were to just think of it from a social perspective, we think of infrastructure in higher education, be it for the direct teaching and learning, or be it student accommodation, which seeks to support teaching and learning, is social infrastructure, because it's ultimately a social good that seeks to contribute to the socioeconomic development of our country. And so And so that in itself is political, right? Because it determines whether or not we're able to support or aid the future development of our country. And you know, he even speaks to the fact that the whole conversation around infrastructure is highly influenced by people's social values, is highly influenced by economic and political power. And that is a reality that we find ourselves in higher education. So colleagues, when we are talking about this issue of student accommodation, we cannot be giving ourselves a one-page slide. I think it's slide 7. Yeah, it's slide 7. And the CEO apologized for not sending us this information. But even so, he's sending us the research we've asked for. But even so, if we were going to speak to this in our presentation, a one slide, and then you say, no, we've done market research, that's great, but we don't have that. We don't have access to that as the portfolio committee. So if someone asks us on our stance, all we can say is that from a position of principle, the committee supports you. From the little bit of understanding of the market, the committee supports you, but we want to have that research that speaks to where you're even able to say the banks say this and that. We want that research as the portfolio committee. When Yusuf was here the other day and they were telling us that, no, it's not there, I don't know what they were saying. We again also said to them, but you don't take yourselves, you don't not only take us seriously, but you don't take yourselves seriously. So you don't care whether or not the committee believes in the position you've taken as Yusuf. So Niaz Laola, you believe in your own wisdom and convictions as Yusuf. So I'm going to give the very same harsh advice to yourselves as NSFAS, to say that give us that research. Give us that research so that we're able to compare and we're able to then have an informed position as the committee. We have made it clear, DG, that the committee supports the cap, and we are saying we will support this 45,000 Rand cap, even 45,000 Rand cap even further when NSFAS gives us the research. So a one-page slide 7, is not go and a few utterances from the DG and the CEO and the chair is not going to be enough. So we need that research. These people are not playing. And the people who get affected when USAF is taking its laissez-faire position to say, I don't know, it's not their responsibility. I don't know what they were saying. And then on top of that, they send us letters that they've sent to the CEO of NSFAS to say they are appealing the cap. And then they send that to the committee. I don't know if they think that their letters give us enough reasoning as to why they don't believe the 45,000 Rand cap can be used across the spectrum. I don't know if they think that those letters are sufficient, but they're not. It's not what we want. So both USAF and NSFAS, and when we speak of USAF, I hope wherever they are, they understand that when we say USAF, we speak about all the universities. They are, like you said, DG, a body that represents all the universities. So both NSFAS and USAF must take us seriously and must take the students in this country seriously, because whilst the universities send us their lease appeal letters, cap appeal letters, and NSFAS gives us a one-page of page 7 and a few utterances. For me personally, none of you are serious about this issue. And it for me displays, I actually wonder how your engagements go in this platform that the minister has created for the sector to iron out its issues. I wonder how our conversations are going if none of us are really bringing forth what is required for us to resolve these matters. because ultimately we must be able to find common ground. So I just want to start there. And then I want to say that it is very impressive that, well, I want to believe it's impressive. Colleagues will guide me, that in a week we are able to accredit about 3,000 beds. I think that's what I'm getting from slide 8, that in a week we are able to, I think we're able to accredit about 3,000 beds, because if from the 13th to the 17th, we covered about 3,027 beds, and we think that by the end of this week, we'll do another 3,000. I think in terms of just indicating the speed at which we're working at, that is something that we need to acknowledge with positivity, and just, want to be brought into confidence that we are not pushing numbers, but we are also looking into the quality of beds that we are accrediting. And then just to get clarity on the 38 accreditors. So these are people who would be on the ground assisting us to accredit these beds. I think that's my understanding. And is this, when we say accreditors, is this a company? Are these individuals? Are they staff of now NSFAS, or are they service providers? If I can just get clarity on that. And from a capacity perspective, are we doing okay with the 38, given the fact that there are concerns from different, groupings that the centralization of this process of accreditation has created a backlog in the system, and therefore stifling the pace at which we're able to accredit. But I mean, when I'm looking at the 3,000, I'm brought into confidence, but I think it's important for us to just alleviate that particular anxiety in society. Because it's also perceptions, right? It's perceptions, that if you centralize the system, it's slow, and so we need to, if it is a perception, we need to be able to address those particular anxieties. And then I just want to understand, so the 3,027 that we did between the 13th and the 17th was Joburg. Can you bring us into confidence that we were, Joburg and Pretoria, can you bring us into confidence that we were able to alleviate the demands at Stellenbosch, at UWC, at CPUT, at UCT? Those are just but a few that I know were particular hotspots. Are you able to bring us into confidence that we were also able to, meet that demand at those institutions? And then lastly, I think I'll come back a bit later on the shifting of the officers. I think I'll come back a bit later, but I think we just need to also deal with the issues around access, the access, like, I don't know how to say it. The complaints, there's complaints that the people can't get into the building, students are in long queues outside, and it's perceptions again, so if you can just bring us into confidence that the floor that is allocated to troubleshooting, or the thing is, you guys call it a walk-in floor or something like that. That floor is fully operational and is taking up as much as it can take up at a time, and that we do have the adequate human resource inside so that the lines outside from reception don't move. So that we don't have a long line going all the way under the bridge, then it looks like we're not troubleshooting or we're not helping students expediently. So the human resource capacity in that floor where we handle the walk-ins, is it sufficient for that line to move quickly? And then also we are putting a lot of money into that building or into that rental or lease. And so it's very important that the owners, in terms of maintenance, they play their part or they do their part. Like, we can't have situations where lifts aren't working and people are just spending a lot of time waiting for a lift. It's not right. And so we need to be brought into confidence that the maintenance of that building is value for money. Yeah, I have other views, you know, around new spaces, and actually, let me leave it for now. Let me go to Honorable Mananiso, Honorable King, Honorable Machesi, Honorable Litie, Honorable Chachao. But Honorable Litie, I'm told that that other office, the old office of NSFAS, was close to a cemetery, you know, and there were all sorts of views that, you know, the bad luck of NSFAS is attributed to the location spiritually. But I also think that, you know, it would be very sad for us to move into a new space like the one there by foreshore, and the same issues to continue in this new space. Because when we look at it as members, when we look at that space, it looks conducive. So there were arguments that the previous space was not conducive. Now you move to a different location. For us as outsiders who come to that building, we are inspired by that building. And so, you know, this is where I think it becomes very important for cultural, the institutional culture, you know, to also be factored in. And we know that some of the plans that you shared with us during our two-day working meeting, you know, some of the plans that you shared with us, because we said, look, people are going to care about a lot of other things, and a lot of other things will stand out when you're not meeting the mandate. So, you know, so you need to, like, there needs to be an institutional culture that is inculcated amongst the staff and everyone at NSFAS to appreciate this space as a conducive environment for working, and ultimately be able to deliver to the mandate of NSFAS, which is to fund young people in our institutions of higher learning on time, you know, which is to make sure that the call center in this nice office is fully functional, and people are working, and people answer the phones on time, and that people who are in the walk-in, imagine a whole floor for walk-ins, those people must be able to receive those students while the parents who usher this, who come with the kids, while, like, it needs to function, because we have a building that supports what we want to meet. So yeah, so I think that's also just something I really felt like I must raise. Otherwise, nobody must must slaughter something there, and just ask our ancestors to assist us in turning the tide at NSFAS. Honorable Mananiso.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. One would want to indicate that on other issues I've been covered. However, one would want to welcome all the presentations, and I can confirm that at least in some of the issues that one wanted to raise, they were clarified by the presentations as received. Chair, I want to echo the statement that people from NSFAS and the board members must note that NSFAS is one of the mechanisms to respond to our triple challenges. So if we fail on this one, we must know that Better Life for All project won't go right. And we believe that we can't leave anyone behind, and one is too many. So they must ensure that on their weekly or 4 times per month program, they ensure that they cover everybody. Chair, I want to just suggest to NSFAS and the department to say, perhaps we need to strengthen our marketing and publicity, because at times we learn of this new development of increase of allowances and other innovation responsive programs through media or WhatsApp status, and you can wonder, for those who doesn't have those smartphones, which means they'll be left behind in terms of the development. So I just want to employ to NSFAS to say it is important that they go across the country to ensure that everybody, even those who are at the rurals, more especially those who are using radio, they get this information with their languages, so that we deal with this issue of every time we're dealing with repetitive matters that would actually cost the country so many things like the infrastructure and so on. So important to tighten up our marketing and communication. On the issue of 38 accredited service provider, I think you covered me on getting clarity whether it's individuals or companies or what, but it is important that we note that the DG has alluded that can we get a breakdown on issues of location? Where are these particular people located if there are individuals? So I would want to add to say that it is important that we get as well the breakdowns in terms of gender demographics, because we would want to check if everybody is not left behind, people with disability, women and young people in general. I want to as well just to advise NSFAS to say if they have a problem in terms of getting sense of property evaluation, perhaps they need to include municipality in each and every level via the district to check how can those evaluators in the municipality can assist in assuring that people who are property owners, they are not even not going beyond what their properties are actually worth. Because it is important that when we deal with value for money, we are able to deal with consequences, and where people are robbing the state, we will be able to actually shame and name to say this one actually his property or a property is 4,500. It's actually 3.5, not 4.5. So it is important that we get municipalities on board to assist us where we cannot reach as an institution. The other thing, Chair, one would want to believe that perhaps it creates many tensions and many issues is this issue of NSFAS policy. I think it is important that NSFAS call for whether it's a summit or conference via Zoom or Microsoft to just capacitate student support officers in different specific institutions, because those are the people who should be at the first contact point when students are having crisis in specific institutions. So it is important that NSFAS actually trains them in terms of what this particular policy speaks on and those full steps of applications and so on. We need continuous campaign, Chairperson, to ensure that come the new academic year, we don't deal with repetitive issues. The other thing that I want to check, Chairperson, from NSFAS is their presentation on slide 13. They are indicating that there was staff deployed in all TVETs. So I want to check whether is it true that they have deployed in all or in some? And if it's in some, what could be the criteria that they use to actually deploy those particular people? Because of till to date, one still believes that as we speak now, there should be somebody from NSFAS seated in any institution. So I just want to get clarity on that. And again, I want to ask the board and the chair, if NSFAS, they do have a specific time frame where they would come back to us as the portfolio committee and say to us, you know what, on this day, we are actually committing that our house will be in order. Because as the portfolio committee, we always say to them, to the department or institutions that are coming before us, it is about time that people now start to adapt or adjust to the culture of zero backlog, so that we must show our people that we are committed to servicing them. One believes that issue access to higher education institution, it's a right. So we must show by all means that we are doing everything to ensure that we accommodate everybody. That's it from me, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mananiso. Honorable King.
Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning to everyone on the platform. So, Chairperson, I'm just going to start off by saying I find it very unacceptable that it's continuously happening, that we receive reports on the day that we actually are meeting with the various stakeholders, even the amended reports. It just shows you the inability of NSFAS to actually give us a proper report for us to engage meaningfully And also it means that they're not taking us serious as a committee. So I just wanted to raise that from the onset. I have noted the 10% increase that the minister has asked for, which would then basically bring NSFAS accommodation to then roughly 49,500. And then if you have to look at the various universities, we are clear that some will still be excluded on that basis. We also are mindful of the fact, Chairperson, that this is a short-term remedy to a long-term problem which will occur, because now we've created this cap of 49,500, which will then, those who were charging at a very low rate will now obviously end up pushing up their prices in order to gain from NSFAS when it comes to student accommodation. And that is one thing we should be mindful of. So Chairperson, from my side, I would like to find out from NSFAS, yes, they said they've looked at market values, and I would like to see that research that was conducted. But why have they not considered doing a pilot study on the accommodation cap to see how feasible it will be for students to afford it in the various provinces, and then raise on that basis if it was then feasible to go ahead in 2023 with the accommodation cap? Because I can guarantee you, if a feasibility study was conducted, they would have come to the realization that that cap was really unsustainable going forward. Also, Chairperson, most universities charge accommodation. The allowance, I would assume, is for 10 months. If I can just get clarity on that. Because if it is for 10 months, then the 4,950 is what we are going to talk about. If it is for 12 months, it raises a different question, and it drops that amount even further for students to afford accommodation. I'm just going through my notes, Chairperson. Okay, Chairperson, of the 38 accreditors which NSFAS has now appointed, I also would like to find out the cost of those 38 accreditors to NSFAS, so that we can see if it's feasible still for NSFAS to then afford them. Then also, Chairperson, yes, it was raised that 3,027 beds were done in 1 week. I would have liked to have seen how many has been done to date. We have not been furnished that information, because we do see that 393,227 beds were registered. But I just want to find out from NSFAS if they can give us that information to date. How many beds have been accredited at the various institutions? Also would like to get an updated slide on the TVET payment update with the 4,007 and the 887 that's now been included, and what is the actual payment that has been made to date. Besides the actual tuition fee and the actual accommodation, I would like to see the actual payment that has been done so far. Chairperson, I've said a lot in the previous meetings on NSFAS, but what I'm really concerned is the accreditation that's been used by NSFAS. Is it then clearly linked to the norms and standards for student accommodation, which was set up by DET? And if they can then give us how they do and the criteria they use for their accreditation for the student accommodation, so that we are mindful that most of them actually do meet the requirements, the private providers, for offering student accommodation, Chairperson. The policy on student accommodation that is set up by NSFAS, if they can provide that to us, because I am the one who continuously raised the issue that which legislative changes has taken place, which will link into the policy to ensure that NSFAS is not a player and a referee at the same time in providing student accommodation, because they are offering the university's funding. Because we saw on the one slide that they do the accreditation, and yet university still has to look for the proper accommodation for students after accreditation has been done. So to me, that remains a bit of a parallel system that's taking place. So I just need to get a clear policy directive, which was given to NSFAS, to ensure that they are capable of doing this accreditation and not go beyond their scope and their mandate. When it comes to the office issue, we do know that OTA has actually come out vehemently against the exorbitant cost to NSFAS. So I know previously NSFAS has indicated to us 4% that they spend on administration, which is also not feasible in order for them to meet a lot of the other stuff. I do know NSFAS has indicated to us that they are going to be in the long run going to fall short with the ICT in order to upgrade that. So I just wanted to find out, when it comes to administrative costs, does that then cover the lease costs as well? And will that then not have a bearing? And then chairperson, we also saw that there was a fit out cost which has dramatically increased, which was not budgeted for. So I just wanted to find out from NSFAS, when it comes to the lease and the fit out cost, how did that have a bearing on the financial position going forward? And after taking all of that into consideration, can we just get a fixed amount, which is normally paid per month on accommodation? Because roughly from my estimates, it would then mean that it would be approximately 70,000 Rand or more per head that occupy an office, if you consider the staff component, if there was a full staff component. So that's it all. That's all from me, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable King. Honorable Makesi.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to everyone. I would like to appreciate the presentations from NSFAS. I want to ask, anyway, just to make a comment. When you say that, Chair, that, as a committee, we are in agreement with the cap, I think I just want to dispute that, because as a DA, we've been very clear that we don't, support the cap. And the reason why I think we decided not to do that, because we understand that already within NSFAS itself, there are limitations and as well as ways of actually accrediting the accommodations, especially when we talk about the norms and standards. And the fact that, it has been continuously raised that, there are accommodations that are providing students with beds whereby they sleep a number of 6 students within a room, and the norms and standards are not being followed. It is quite concerning, because if the universities or even NSFAS sends out people who are doing accreditation, because the requirements, the number of standards are very clear. I think they talk about, first of all, they talk about, the property itself. They would ask for a plan that, the service provider will submit a plan. And then from the plan, that one can determine how many rooms are in that particular a house, for instance. And then if you have a situation whereby, you have the university going and accrediting such an accommodation, the outcome of that, like in terms of how the payment goes out, will be determined by the number of rooms in that particular structure or whatever house. But then at the same time, you cannot say that, like, if you have a house that is accommodating 20 students, all of a sudden now the quotation that's been submitted is providing, like, let's say 40 students. Then you have to ask yourself, how was that kind of property accredited? How was it approved now to have the capacity being increased? So I think, within, my point is that within the norms of standard of NSFAS, there are limitations and there are guidelines. And if there are people that are flaunting those guidelines and limitations, why haven't they been brought forward to actually to actually, like, have charge them for corruption or charge them for criminality? Because that's criminality when you have somebody that's lying about, the number of students, like maybe, putting more students that are required to be in the particular infrastructure. And also, if there are also the people within the institutions themselves, like the universities, that are actually approving accommodations that are not supposed to be accredited, that are not supposed to be approved according to norms and standards. Why isn't the NSFAS not dealing with those? Is there a report? Was there any investigation that was done by NSFAS to say, okay, these are the number of service providers that have been flaunting the rules, the norms and standards, or these are the the staff members from institutions that have been actually, like, giving accreditation to accommodation that actually are not supposed to. And also, there's also the element of students. Sometimes they will say, okay, fine, I don't have to look at the accommodation as such, as long as the landlord gives me change from the accommodation that has been that I'm going to be occupying. What is the university? What is NSFAS doing about that? In order for us to be, because if you have a cap that you have in place, it doesn't necessarily mean that there won't be anyone who's trying now to find ways of defrauding it. Because, like, people who do this kind of criminalities, they always find a way to go around the obstacles and find a way to actually defraud the system or take advantage of the system. So I think the attitude that the NSFAS took to say, for us to deal with this, we need to consider the fact that, like, this is happening without really doing due diligence to say, like, how many people are actually engaging into this. And I don't believe that institutions, like universities, are doing this kind of criminality. And to actually have this cap system, it has actually now brought the whole system now into a standstill, because now you have everybody now being confined into this system, which is not working for universities. And also, as members have already stated, that there are other provinces that actually find this to be way below what they were asking before. Like Fort Hare University, for instance, didn't send any appeal on the cap, because, like, obviously, the accommodation there is far less than what normally would be required, or the service providers will ask from students. So I think the whole idea, I don't think it was really thought through, and to hear that today that there was a consultation that happened in the Free State, in Bloemfontein, whereas you have the University of Free State coming in and saying, look, we are appealing the cap. And then you also have service providers saying, well, we are appealing the cap ourselves. So out of that consultation, what was discussed? And what was the outcome of that discussion? And why did NSFAS go ahead with the cap when there were people already, where there were institutions already that were against the cap? So I just would like to find out from there to say, like, what was the outcome of that? Was there any report? And I also would like to find out is there any investigation that is done to find out and identify the people who are defrauding the system, and also to find out, like, if there is investigation, is there a report? Where are we on that? Is NSFAS going to be charging those people that have defrauded the system? Or was it just a blanket kind of thought to say, like, let's treat everyone like criminals, and therefore we're going to have a cap system to be able to deal with the criminality that we think is happening? And I don't think it's the right way of dealing with issues. If you have an issue, do an investigation, come back with a report to say, this is what we have identified, not like come with things like to say, oh yes, there is. I went to one property and I found that, like, there's 6 students in one bedroom that have been crammed like sardines in one bedroom. We need to have a thorough investigation to make sure that, like, when any institution, like even NSFAS, when it comes in to say, we want to change the policy, but this is the evidence that we have. These are reports that came out of that, and this is how much we have lost. And these are the steps that we have taken. These are people that have been charged for criminal behavior, and you know, so that like we understand that like there were steps that were taken before coming up with a new policies, to combat this level of criminality. I also would like to find out, for instance, when we say that I understand that, you know, you're saying that the cap is going to go up to 50,000 per annum. But then you have, for instance, now for the University of Free State, I've met some stakeholders who are saying that, you know, the Free State now is saying that they're going to pay 3,900 to the, you know, private accommodation providers. So then you ask yourself, like, you know, if it goes to 50,000, how much are they actually going to be giving? How does it work? Because if you're saying, if Free State is saying that, you know, from the 4,500, they're giving now 3,970, because that's what I could understand from the appeal letter that they've sent. So what does it mean then when they get 50? And what happens to the rest of the money? Like for instance, the 500 rand, does it go to administration? Because they're talking about COVID. How much did they lose based on COVID? Because I don't see a figure where they say, you know, we lost so much due to COVID, and therefore this amount of money will be covered over this amount of period of time. So I would like to have maybe more clarity on that one, to say, like, you know, like when the university says, like, you know, we need, for instance, Free State is different in the sense, it is, you know, because of COVID, therefore we lost money because, you know, obviously students were not taking up accommodation. So now they want to cover that debt, if there is a debt, or like the shortfall that they had based on that. But like, I just want to find out, like, you know, how much is the shortfall that you're missing, and how long will it take for them to pay that? And when they say that they're taking the 500 rand from each, which is like, for instance, it's 50,000 rand, it's 5,000 rand per year from the allocation of the cap. Where does the 5,000 rand go? Is it based on accommodation or just to cover that? So if I could just have clarity on that. And also I would like to find out the Funza Lishaka students. Does their accommodation is also 4,500 because I didn't, or 50,000 per year, because I didn't hear anything about the Funza Lishaka students. If their accommodation, you know, the allowance is different from the university one. And the other issue that I'm a bit concerned about is the duality of application, because we have one method of application whereby the service providers, they submit the application to NSFAS, and also there's also the other one whereby they are basically submitting directly to universities. Why are you having that duality? Why don't you allow the institution, the universities, to be the ones that deals with you know, application of service providers to provide accommodation? I just want to find out, like, you know, I don't want to see a situation whereby you're taking the responsibility and the powers of the institution, and now, like, you know, the university and NSFAS now basically taking over that kind of responsibility. Why are you doing that? Because as it is already, you have a lot on your plate as NSFAS, and you're unable to really deliver on what you have, because for instance, you know, when we went on our other side, the list of number of students that have been approved, and I think in some areas it still hasn't, the universities haven't received that list. And also, you know, you have a lot of appeals that students are still waiting to find out, you know, if they've been approved for funding or not. So now we are adding also this app whereby, you know, you have all these private accommodation providers submitting it to you. Why do you feel like it's necessary for you to add on this kind of responsibility again on top of what you have? To go to the office, the office of NSFAS. I think one thing that was glaring that was of concern when we were there was the fact that the office capacity, there's so much office capacity that is not utilized. And I think that is quite concerning, because then, that means like, you're paying this kind of rent, and at the same time, you are not having enough staff that is occupying these offices. I just want to find out, where are you at on that? Because you're saying that the senior managers have come back and they're utilizing the capacity, the offices that are there. But yet, as far as I remember, like, I just want to find out, has the staff come back? And also, I don't know if you really consider the fact that, like, many people want to do virtual work. I think it's basically, it's become a global phenomenon now, that people just want to work home, and they feel like, they can be just as productive as when they are, in an office setup. I mean, even ourselves now, we are having a meeting over Zoom. So people have that. Is it really necessary for us to continue to have this kind of office that has this kind of capacity that is not really fully utilized? Is it really something that is cost effective to continue in that way? Are you looking at ways of saying, like, how can we minimize and maybe get an office that is maybe that can actually be able to be functional in terms of what we need and what you utilize? Is the virtual work an issue? And also, that's my question, is virtual work an issue? Are there any staff members that are working virtually? And also, just to say, like, is it now the offices, are they fully capacitated in terms of, like, did everyone come back after COVID? Are they all in the offices? And what is happening with regarding that? Okay, no, I think that's about it. I'm happy with that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Machesi. Let's see, Honorable Lydia is next. He's been waiting for a long time to come in. Just before you come in, I want to explain to members that when we say the committee, when we explain the position of the committee, it's informed by a quantitative and qualitative analysis of the discussions that the committee would have had. So I think from the discussions we had, I mean, even when Yusuf was here, members from the African National Congress, all 6 of them, members from the FF Plus, Honorable Boshoff himself, Honorable Mukhale himself, Honorable Zondo sounded lost at the beginning of his inputs and then came back later and said, no, Chair, what I meant to say was X, Y, and Z. I mean, those are a lot of members who expressed an appreciation for the fact that this government, the ANC government, that this department, that this NSFAS has taken such a progressive decision of saying we cannot allow for a situation where the state funds are being exploited. And our only concern collectively, our greatest concern is what has informed the cap. Well, how did it get to 45,000 Rand? And if that cap makes sense, then we move, but we can only get to that point once we've seen the research. And that's why the research is so important, because le 45,000 Rand is the right amount to have placed. But the cap, we all agree that there must be a cap. What we are concerned about is how we got to the figure of 45,000 Rand. So I want to explain that, and because it's very important that doesn't get lost. So from that qualitative and quantitative analysis of discussions of this portfolio committee, which I chair, I'd like to believe that is the position of the committee, that we agree on the cap. What concerns us is how we got to the 45,000 Rand, so that we are able to consider reflections by USAF, for example, that say perhaps the cap should be differentiated across the sector. Perhaps the cap is, whatever concerns that other stakeholders have, we must factor in And therefore, the only way we can fairly and objectively factor those concerns in is if we have all the information that we need. So that's why we're saying it's so important. Honorable Itie.
Good morning, Chairperson. To yourself. Good morning to honorable members. Good morning to the DM I'm seeing on the platform. Good morning to the DG. Good morning to NSFAS board led by the chair, Ndate Khoza, and the executive management of NSFAS. Chair, let's appreciate this opportunity to make reflections and comment on this particular issue. I think the first part which I wanted to cover, we just covered, Chair. Just to say to members that this is not the first time we're speaking about the cap. We've spoken, or NSFAS briefed us at least from the 16th of November. And as the committee, we then took a posture that we accept the cap and everything else that they explained to us. So it's not your view, Chair. I wanted to come to your defense that it's not the chair's view that we accept and we support the NSFAS cap. You went into details. If I as Tebogo do not agree with the cap, it does not mean that the committee does not agree. Indeed, even 3 weeks ago when we met with USAF and the department, the committee expressed itself clearly that the committee supports the cap. And the committee further asked USAF to give us quantitative data on all universities, all list universities and university-owned student residences, so that we can have an appreciation from their point of view on why they are not supporting the cap. So I thought maybe Chair must start with that part. Secondly, Chair, I also want to say that a cap does not mean that those who are charging below the cap must now take their numbers to the to maximize the number that is put as a cap. In fact, if you go to slide 7 of NSFAS presentation, Chair, maybe not slide 7, but in other slices, or I think it was during this slide where the COO explained that on average, the student accommodation on average cost about 33,000 rands on average. The lowest, I think NSFAS would have given us this data, Chair, where they said the student accommodation ranges from around 28,000 to about 90,000. And slide 7, Chair, they are providing, even though it's just brief, but they are providing how they got to the 45,000. They're telling us there that they've used available market data, which looked at the generic student housing model to arrive to this 45,000 cap. So what we should be asking NSFAS is that they must now give us this research in full. That will then say, this is the research that was done. These are the number of student accommodation that charges this much. And this is why these institutions are charging this much, or this student accommodation are charging this much. The second one would have been between 30 something and 45. The third one above 45 up to 90,000. That's what we must ask. But we must not create an impression that from where we are, NSFAS has not indicated that indeed there was a research. And this research comes from this thing, market data, which looked at the generic student housing model in South Africa. So I felt, Chair, I must clarify that part. So the first point I wanted to speak to before I was, provoked to deal with that part is to crack the whip a little bit on NSFAS, that we can't continue to get presentations in the morning of our meeting, because that hampers our ability to properly prepare for the meeting. Some of us, when we prepare for the meeting, Chair, we not only look at the presentation that is being presented, we go to archives and look at when we're dealing with this particular matter, what would have been the response of NSFAS, what would have been the suggestion of members and the recommendations of the meeting, so that we are able to have a comprehensive view on the work that would have been put in the presentation. So I wanted to reprimand, I'm not sure if that's the right word, reprimand NSFAS as far as that is concerned, that this must really be the last time that when we are going to get presentations, they come in the morning, because it really affects the preparation of the meeting. Now, let me go to the second point I would have wanted to speak to. And I want to reiterate, Chair, that we support the cap. We support the cap because we believe that education anywhere else in the world is a social good. We support the cap because we believe that a social good must pay a social fee in that particular country. And charging 90,000 or up to 90,000 for student accommodation is not sustainable, not only in our third world country called South Africa, but in the world. It's not sustainable. And the assumption that these institutions are making is that it will be government who will be paying this money, and therefore why must people complain? It's extremely important to bring it to attention of everybody else here on the platform and at home, that we have a substantial high number of students who fall under the missing middle. Many of them who are already owing this institution on tuition alone. Now you are saying they must pay 90,000 over to Mamodimo from where? Huh? So we support the cap because it will not only affect NSFAS funded students, this thing, but it must also assist those ones who are in the missing middle. We really cannot afford to have a situation where there's a technical exclusion of students because they can't stay at the rest. When we met with USAF, I said to them, when I was a full-time student, I had the privilege of staying on campus in a rest. And I'd also have, I don't know whether this one is a privilege, but I also stayed off campus. And it was really bad. When I looked at my results, even though, Chair, I did pass in both instances, but when I looked at my results, the my results were considerably lower when I stayed off campus. Because one of the travel it took me in not a good environment. You know, when you are writing an exam at 9 at OMSH, we used to call OMSH the Old Mutual Student Hall at UKZN. You are in a public transport taxi. Those of you who have traveled in Durban, they will tell you that those taxis, they invest on their sound. So that sound is too loud. And I've studied the whole night, and that sound takes out everything that I would have studied. Was there in the morning playing about Stimela, you know, playing about you start forgetting what you have learned the whole night, the night before. When we were here 3 weeks back with USAF, we did make this point that we want our students to stay in university accredited and university owned student accommodation, because that means we eliminate this thing of public transport as a first thing. Preferably university owned, where it must be on campus. And that is why consistently, Chair, some of us would have been advocating that we must have university-owned student accommodation being a priority. So majority of our students must stay on campus. And then the off-campus or the leased accommodation must be, you know, augmenting part. So when we make this points, we don't make them because we just love the voices of the sounds of our voices. It's because we have lived these experiences ourselves. So that is the one part that we said to USAF. We further said we support the cap, but also we support that NSFAS must approach the Competition Commission to report these institutions and the service providers, because we believe there's collusion, and we did not also make that thing from hearsay. This is what we said in that meeting, Chair, and want to repeat it here. We said, for an example, in Bramfontein, where Wits University, and I'm making an example. I hope they don't hate me for making an example about them all the time. Where Wits is situated, they must tell us that there's accommodation A and B. Accommodation A charges 68,000. So they must go and do populate data and say to us in a spreadsheet format and say to us, accommodation A, it's sharing rooms. So it's one room, they are sharing. It has sharing rooms, right? And this is how much we are charging per student. Then they go to, and then they have a swimming pool if they have Wi-Fi, they have a gym, they have computer labs and all of those, they have security, all of those things. State them, put them there, and then go to the last row on that column of that student accommodation. Tell us how much is it price per square meter or rent per square meter. Then I said they must do that with accommodation B, C, D, and E. Here where they put no computer lab, no swimming pool, no tennis court, whatever the case may be. They must put all of those things. And then they must send us that data. And I said to them, from that data alone, which will be part A, we will show them that there are discrepancies in this system. So as things stand, they've not quantified, Chair. why 45,000 rand per annum is not enough. They've not. I've looked at their letters there. I went through one by one, all of them. They've not quantified. Why is 45,000 rand cap not enough? This 11 or the 10 universities or institutions that have appealed or intend to appeal, they've not quantified. So they just want us to take their word for it, which I believe Chair must reject. We can't just take their word for it. It's not, we should not. It must not be, it can be. So everybody who says 45,000 rand is not enough, maybe they have this data, let them share it with us. Let them share it with us. And I said, secondly, what we will do, Chair, on our constituency time, we will go to those areas where they are saying the student accommodation. Next to it, Chair, I can guarantee you, for an example, in Brandfontein, we will have sorry, Chair, we will have residential flats there, whether it's in Bram, whether it's in Sunnyside, whether it's here in Cape Town, we will go ourselves. And then we will get how much a 2-bedroom flat in that area costs. A 2-bedroom flat with a fully furnished kitchen, with a parking lot, with 2 bedrooms, 2 showers, a sitting room, and all of that. And we will tell them that this is how much rent per square meter costs here. We're not next door. Why are you charging us this much? So, and that's why we support the call for NSFAS to approach the Competition Commission. They must do it as early as last year, actually. We can't afford that this thing must continue. But NSFAS has a responsibility to communicate all of these things themselves. And I said the last time, I said, NSFAS should be everywhere, on TV, on radio, every hour on the hour, communicating these things that we are talking about. So that even when these universities try and give our people or our students and the parents out there misinformation, NSFAS is there to clarify it. The problem with not communicating these things, CEO and chairperson, is because a misinformation uncontested becomes the truth. And I don't think you guys have done well in communicating the reasons of this cap, the process that you followed, and why. Because, for an example, I was reading somewhere in my notes that last year alone, NSFAS would have paid almost 17 billion rands for student accommodation. Now, Chairperson, you know, at the beginning of each year, we go and do, what do you call this thing, oversight. When we do oversight, we go to this student accommodation. Sure. Very bad. Not even worth 5,000. Some of them are 6,000, 8,000. Not even worth 4,000. Yeah. You look at the quality of the beds. Ooh, shame. So we really need to understand from university, how much are we really, or what are we really paying for here? We can't be paying for these owners of this accommodation providers to live lavish lifestyles. It can be, not at the expense of a social good called education in South Africa, and definitely not at the expense of the missing middle. We can't afford to do so. In fact, we must have a conversation, DG, maybe with Council for Higher Education. We must then check also, because I also believe that the cost of higher education in South Africa is ridiculously high. We must also check by checking with other institutions who are leaders in academic spaces. So, if, for example, engineering, electrical engineering at UCT cost 112,000, and I'm making an example, cost 112,000, and in the world, in engineering, they are probably number 100 in the world. Let's check the other 99, the top 99, how much are they charging their students, so that we can have this thing, these universities wanting to milk either NSFAS and government, but also our students by putting them in a ridiculous amount of debts in this country. We must have that discussion. Obviously, we'll juxtapose it against the salaries that they pay. Maybe they want to cover that, but we'll also check with other leading institutions in the world if everything else, is in line as far as that is concerned. So I'm proposing that one, the DG, that in the near future, that's the discussion we must begin to have, because we can't just have a free for all. But when you get it, and when you ask questions, I mean, we asked them, DG, and this one, I think I want to send it to you and the Deputy Minister, so that you guys at that level have a discussion with USAF. We asked USAF to populate this information of each student accommodation that they owe, sorry, and sorry, and the ones that they've leased, and quantify why we must pay this amount that they've leased them for, or they're charging. And the CEO of USAF almost literally said, no, she's not going to do that. If we want that information, we must speak to the department, literally and figuratively. She said that in the meeting. And that's when I came back to and I called order and I said, we can't. If universities want to raise, in this country, we pay over 40 billion that we, as public representatives, go there in parliament and vote for, the voted funds. Over 40 billion of it goes to university as university grants. Over 40 billion. Over and above that, we're paying them 17 billion last year alone on student accommodation. I do not want to even quantify how much you have paid for tuition. And USAF says no, they don't owe us any explanation. Totally unacceptable. Totally unacceptable. And it's something that if Deputy Minister Bhuti Manaman, you guys don't fix together with the DGC, Dr. Sish, we don't fix with these universities. It's something that we'll have to take up with them. We don't want to do it, but it can be that they are saying they will not account to the people of this country on the basis that they are autonomous, whereas the people of this country give them over 40 billion, well, over 60 billion, if you over almost, I don't know how much, if you include tuition and residences. It just cannot be. So, Chair, I thought I must labor the point on that part. We support this cap wholeheartedly. We just are asking NSFAS, to clarify the nation, CEO. If you must be Gwala Gwala FM, the chairperson must be on Metro FM, your spokesperson must be on Lesedi FM, so be it. So be it. You guys must take a program of clarifying this issue of a cap, clarifying how you arrived at that, because I know I've seen that thing from somewhere. I was just trying to check on my laptop. I could not see, but I've seen it somewhere that some charge 28,000, others 90,000, but they've not quantified why. So we are also on the third point to NSFAS. The issue that the COO spoke about, the issue of appointment of accreditors and the processes. Last year when we met with you, we said to you, NSFAS, we were getting calls when we said we are happy that NSFAS will now play an active role in accrediting student accommodation. I was the first one to speak in that meeting, and I said we support. And the reason I said we support is that we said because we're deployed to constituencies, some of these people in our constituencies who provide these things, student accommodation, they were complaining that when they must be accredited, they must participate in a criminal behavior. So they must pay a bribe to some university official for them to be accredited. And we said we are happy that NSFAS is entering this space. But we also said to NSFAS, we don't want to wake up tomorrow and be told that NSFAS official this and that was doing 1, 2, 3, 4, similar to what we're trying to address. And I'm happy so far, I've not had a complaint that NSFAS has been asking this one or that one, this amount for them to get accredited. I'm happy with that one. And I thought because we did say this to them, we must also come back and say, so far, we're very happy with how you guys are doing it. But your system, CEO, our people in constituencies complained that when they were supposed to be attending these workshops of yours, they needed to RSVP on the system, and the system will not take the RSVP. So let's improve our system. We can, you see, this is self-defeating. We can't have a situation where we want to address one thing this side, but on the other side, our system fails us. We are giving credence to these people who want to continue to loot the state money and NSFAS money and students' money through student accommodation because our house is not in order. So let's fix that part. Let's do it urgently. 3,000 something is 1% of, according to your own presentation, 1% of the number of rooms that have applied to be accredited at NSFAS. 1%, and it's March now. 2022 today, almost end of March. It just cannot be. So we are expecting that between now and probably before end of April, everybody who meets the requirements should have been accredited. And students should be able to get into the system and get themselves accommodation. These student accommodation providers who are making noise and are not applying, who probably are meeting somewhere with some universities to say, no, don't apply there. Let's make it, make it fair and all of, because this might happen. Chair, we said last year, when you enter such thing, these accommodation providers are going to view you as a person who wants to take away this 17 billion from them. And therefore, they will not lie down. They are going to fight. They are going to fight. Yeah? So if you don't accredit on time, you are making them now to, some of them who lack ethics, to go and bribe some student leaders who also might have an ethical issues to go on strikes on these things. So let's get our house in order. Chair, let me move. I think I've labored a point on student accommodation and then on that NSFAS playing a role as well in the student accommodation. Maybe let me go to the list building, which will be my last point. We appreciate what you've sent to us. Honestly speaking, well, this is not the first time, Chairperson, that we have asked NSFAS to clarify. They've came every time to clarify and all of that, but we appreciate, we really do appreciate. But when there are allegations that are made, especially in this instance, was made by a prominent political figure in South Africa, the president of a political party, who's a member of parliament, who made an allegation. So there was no way, sorry, Chair, that we're not going to ask NSFAS to come and clarify the allegations themselves. So we had invited or asked them to clarify that, but on those bases, and I must say, I'm quite satisfied about the answers they've given, because this is what we've been asking all along. Quantify the rent per square meter that we are paying vis-a-vis what the allegations are. Quantify the space that we have vis-a-vis the allegations that we have. And indeed, I think today they've done that. And I'm satisfied from where I am that they've done extremely well in doing so. Why I'm not happy with NSFAS again, and I think Honorable Mananiso spoke about this, is when we have an allegation made today, NSFAS keeps quiet for 2 weeks. This thing gets retweeted 50,000 times on Twitter, reaches about 4 million people. And by the time you respond after 3 weeks or 2 weeks, some people who saw that post may not see your response. So to them, the allegation, they remained untested and became the truth. So what we want to ask you now is that when there's an allegation, can we please respond to it promptly and urgently? We can't afford to continue having the brand NSFAS being branded negatively anymore. We can't. NSFAS is too important to fail. NSFAS is the hope and aspiration of the majority of the poor in this country, who happen to be black, colored, and Indian, many of them, and some whites. But so NSFAS we can't allow it to fail, especially to fail on false accusations, on fake news. But that fake news becomes reality, CEO, when your team, communications team, yourselves, you are not rebutting those views that are on TV every day, on radio. You go to, we go do our oversight. Like myself and Honorable Yabo went to University of Mpumalanga last week, Friday. Kids tell us that, no, you know, because you guys have not done well in rebuting fake news and rebuting some allegations as and when they come. So let's not wait for an ICU process. Let's communicate immediately when there's an issue. Let's clarify it with immediate effect. Chairperson, I'm not sure if I might I'm forgetting something. If I am, I'll ask at the end just to come back, but I think I've been speaking for too long. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Litier. Honorable Yabo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I think I had made a few notes to speak to, but ngelishwa ungathi Honorable Letsie what I will just labor the point that the issue around student accommodation needs to be thoroughly looked into as far as getting the facts. Because in most of these accommodations provided by the universities, comparatively with commercial properties, or rather, let me not use the word commercial, but residential properties that are rented out for ordinary citizens, pound for pound, they comparatively are not even the same in terms of the area available for rental. And by that, I mean square meters available for rental. And students literally occupy in a room anything between 6 and 12 square meters with a small bed there, a little table there, a little wardrobe there, a mirror somewhere. But honestly speaking, the space that is occupied by a student in that accommodation is not worth the amounts that are being charged, which are exorbitant. And so I agree with honorable members who would have spoken before me that a thoroughgoing exercise to have a proper valuation of cost for these properties must be done, and it must be comparative in nature so that we are able to see like for like. Why is it that certain accommodation providers charge certain amounts and others charge differently? And it must be an exercise which must be done the soonest. And I think USAF can be the structure or body that does that exercise, because seemingly it's a conflicted body. With the number of letters that we've seen come through from various universities requesting or appealing the cap. So perhaps we need to have an independent assessment of the situation. I think Honorable Letsie covered me extensively in relation to the saga that blew out on media recently, where the office space NSFAS is concerned. And I will not speak much on it because I think he has sufficiently covered me on that point. But also I would want to just say, Chair, that it is a sad day in our country when we see the provision of a social good being turned into a profit-making endeavor by those who have to provide accommodation to students, most of whom come from very poor backgrounds, who do not have the money to pay for themselves to reside in these residences, whether private or owned by the institution. It's a very sad day that it's turned into a money-making, a cash cow rather. And people look at it because NSFAS has this budget, they feel they can milk this cash cow for their own aggrandizement. I think it speaks a lot more on the ruthlessness of capitalism and the fact that a lot of us in this society have lended ourselves towards it without even looking at the fact that this is a social good. When you charge exorbitant amounts for people who do not occupy more than 10 or 12 square meters at most, and this is at most. Many of them occupy 6 square meters, 6 square meters, Chair. And yet these accommodation providers want to charge exorbitant fees. And many of these students don't even stay in their rooms. Many of them study in the libraries. They prefer to go and study in the libraries rather than study in their own rooms. They literally come back to their rooms to sleep, many of them. And to charge such exorbitant amounts for a social good is unfair. And so that's what I wanted to make an input on. And then maybe let's have an independent assessment of accommodation and how much it costs and how much it should cost in reference to the cap that has been imposed by NSFAS. I don't think NSFAS is wrong in this instance to impose that cap. I think in the context of trying to spread the rent as far, to stretch the rent as far as possible, their decision is commendable. And I think everyone in the sector must just come and play ball, because that's the intention, to stretch the rent, to cover as many students as possible. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Yabo. And thank you very much to all members for your inputs. Honorable Khachao.
It was there. I'm so sorry. I just had to log out of the other device because I have to travel now to Parliament. Sorry. So I just reconnected with a different device.
Okay. Honorable Khachao?
Yes, Chair. Again, earlier on. I'm mostly captured by sentiments that were said earlier. My only thing is just a reminder that in the previous conversation that we had with NSFAS, I had made a submission around the student accommodation crisis that is centered on working with already established entities that work around the prices of student accommodation in metros such as Johannesburg and Cape Town, entities such as Dix Connect, and I had requested that they try to see in how many of the institutions around the country would we be able to have those kind of initiatives and partnerships, just so to deal with the price fixing as well. That's just all. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Khachao. That then those are then the inputs from members. As I hand over to DG to then lead the team. I just want to say, so the conversations we're having at some point we're not having new conversations, right? And I think the biggest thing here is that in terms of the housing in the immediate, we need to be brought into confidence on how we're ensuring that, given the fact that there's this resistance, and it's political, right? It's what Honorable Yabo was saying now, that it's economic. Yeah, well, people are more fixated in securing the bag than ensuring that young people in this country can have a conducive environment to access teaching and learning, and ultimately be able to also be active participants of our economy, right? So it's appalling, actually, that this is the reality that we find ourselves with. But so there's this pushback, and we are saying, okay, we are going to organize and find ways of ensuring that there's accommodation in the immediate. Let's make sure that happens. In order for us to make sure that is happening, we also need to ensure that whatever systems are in place to accredit, to register these service providers who are willing to help us, that they are in tip-top shape and that they're functioning, right? And there's a number of questions that members have asked in relation to that. Then On the cap, I think we've spoken extensively on the cap, but it is without a doubt that members support the idea of a cap and a regulation of the pricing. What we need now is to ensure that we have the information that supports this. And I can confirm to members that during this meeting, that information came in from NSFAS, so it should be in all our emails. And what we will do then as a committee is interact with this information that you have sent us as NSFAS. Now, we don't have the information from USAF representing the universities, because I don't know if we're going to get it, but I think because they don't think it's their responsibility, which is just highly problematic. But at least from the one side members, we've received the data that we've required. It's in our emails. Ours is to now interact with that information. We will continue to implore on USAF to have vice chancellors or to have universities send us their substantiation on why we should not have this 45,000 Rand blanketed cap, right? Which Honorable Itia has also clearly stipulated that it's not for that everyone now who was charging less than 45 must now be charging 45, but let's say that is the cap. Now, I think Honorable Yabo's suggestion is very important, that if we do indeed meet a stalemate or reach a stalemate on this matter, we're going to have to look into an independent body that will be able to investigate without any biasness and give us outcomes on this particular research, on what the universities are saying and what NSFAS is saying. But we must appreciate that NSFAS has finally sent us the research and that we will be interacting with it. And if needs be, we might have to look into an independent body to assist us with this. And then, of course, there have also been concerns raised in relation to the offices. And, members have raised their concerns on the importance for NSFAS to communicate timelessly, to deal with perceptions. The one concern I also have to reiterate is the one on the, when I remember when we had the 2-day workshop or work in session, a colleague referred to it as a future, basically saying the future of the company will require all certain spaces, right? And I think our concern was which future, like, and when will we meet that future? And I mean, I think, so we have the space now. And so when we say in the future, we meet the space, when is that future? And this is where we spoke to a human resource plan. I think that was what we were essentially alluding to. But just an update on that. There are matters that colleagues will be able to respond to in the immediate. There are those that you might have to respond to in writing. And so we'll also afford you that opportunity within 7 working days. And I'd like to reiterate the importance for colleagues to adhere to that 7 working days. It's very important, please. We don't want to find ourselves in a situation where we're saying, yeah, but they've not sent us the information. They've not sent us the information. It's unnecessary. Let us be able to at least build trust amongst each other, so that in appreciating the fact that the portfolio committee is also a mouthpiece for the department and its entities. So if you're able to send us information timelessly, we're able to also actually support you in the work that you're doing. I'd then like to protect NSFAS a little. Members would remember that when I opened the meeting, I indicated that we had to make changes to the program because Minister was supposed to go to Scopa, and therefore NSFAS was called. I mean, we had ideally wanted to receive the briefing on UCT today. So that is what by and large somewhat informs the late arrival of the presentation, but I do have to agree with members that presentations can't arrive, amended presentations can't arrive on the morning of the meeting. The presentation we received last night and the presentation we received today is not the same. And the one we received today is much more comprehensive. So ideally, colleagues, if we're able to, of course, considering the time constraints, but if we're able to please ensure that we always have our presentations sent before the actual meeting, that is important. But I'd like to then hand over to yourself, DG, and I think you will then hand over to, or rather, let me do it like this. Let me hand over to the chair of NSFAS and the CEO, and then DG, you'll wrap it up once they've spoken. So, Mr. Khosa.
Thank you so much, Chair. I want to start off by thanking you so much for directing this meeting so well, and for putting this conversation in a proper theoretical context. And I want to agree with you, Chair, that this is a matter of social justice vis-a-vis ordinary business transactions. I thank you so much for that. And I want to agree with you, Chair, that some of the matters that we are discussing are serious matters affecting the poorest of the poor. And thank you so much for that. I must also mention, Chair, that there are several issues that you raised here, some of which may look tongue-in-cheek, but that are pretty serious. And if you allow me, I would like to address those matters. And they are as follows. The first matter I would like to address, Chair, with your permission, is the issue that you raised, yourself and Honorable King, the fact that we should take one another serious. I would really like to talk to that. I also would like to talk to a very important matter that you raised, that some of the matters that we bring here should be supported by research. I want to talk to that. You raised a very important matter, Chair, on the need for institutional culture to change at NSFAS. I would like to talk to that. And Chair, you also talked about the need to, though on a tongue-in-cheek basis, you talked about the need to slaughter a cow at NSFAS. I want to link it to the issue of institutional culture. I would also like to talk to the issue of allowance raised by Honorable King, the issue of communication raised by Honorable Litsia, and I'll talk a little bit about allegations raised by members of the committee as well. Now, on taking one another serious, I want to start off by apologizing to you, Chair. That document did not arrive here in time. I also want to apologize that I'm in a situation that's slightly noisy. I had to scramble for a place that has better connectivity. I'm traveling. I'm not in the country. We want to apologize to you, and we want to assure this committee that we take the work of this committee very serious. We're very happy with your interventions, and we consider your inputs most helpful for both the board and management in the discharge of our work. Apologies when some documents do not arrive in time. It's something that we'll correct in future. But now talking horizontally, chair of the committee, I believe stakeholders should take each other serious as well. Now, talking about the issue of accommodation and the accommodation cap and taking one another serious, when a major funder such as NSFAS calls for a conference on accommodation, I believe universities should take that serious, and we did that in the middle of the year. When we discuss guidance where the accommodation cap is an issue, stakeholders should take one another serious. Universities should do so. When we request universities to submit exemptions on matters of the cap, that matter should be taken serious. It can't just be a letter. It should be detailed. It should explain why this is happening, and it should be done in a manner that demonstrates that we are taking one another serious. And in this regard, Honorable Chair and members of the committee, I don't believe they should be holy cows. So we expect all stakeholders that are dealing with us as well, and I'm talking horizontally now, to take us serious, to provide detailed information on why there should be exemptions, on why we should look at the cap this way or that way. I'm pleased, Chair, on the matter of research, and I'm happy that we have submitted some documents to you now. We can refine that and submit more info to you as and when it's required. The board is going to reflect on this. About half of the board members are here today. We'll converge after this, and if there's a need, Chair, for us to submit more info in this regard, we will do so, and will guide management to do that. Now, on the issue of institutional culture, I must emphasize, Chair, that the board at one of the strategic planning sessions did observe the need for a radical change on the institutional culture of the National Student Financial Aid Scheme. And to this end, the board is busy discussing a transformation strategy to deal with institutional culture and a new way of doing things. I believe, Chair, this will replace the need for slaughtering a cow. If things are done differently, if there's a new culture, and if there's transformation at NSFAS, things will definitely be done differently. Just to emphasize that these are not easy processes. They make other people uncomfortable, but I can assure you we're committed to ensuring that there's a change in institutional culture. Now, on the issue of allowance, I just want to correct Honorable King from her inputs. One can assume that her understanding of the 10% allowance refers to the accommodation cap. The 10% allowance refers to the living allowance. The accommodation cap remains where it is at 4.5 per month. And to change that, you know, it's a new process that cannot just happen at random. Honorable Lucia has made a very important point about the need for communication. We had you, members of the committee, on this matter. We now have a new communication strategy which will be in full swing as soon as possible, and the evidence we will all we will all see to respond to all these issues. On the allegations that both Honorable Litsia spoke about and the members of the committee, as indicated earlier on, we have followed all governance prescripts. The matter of the new building and the fact that it was raised as something quite irregular from someone as senior as a member of an opposition party took us by great surprise. We were taken by surprise first. This is a matter that the AG has looked at. This is a matter whose records were taken to the SIU. And we got very surprised that all of a sudden, the issue of the building became an issue. And the timing was of concern to us. And we're just hoping, Honorable Chair, with the greatest of respect, that we're not being made political sacrificial lambs. We want to thank you, though, for all the inputs and all the other issues that are technical in nature. With your permission, and when we have, if we have time, I would like to ask the CEO to come in and address them. CEO.
Thank you, Chair of the board and Chair of the committee. Chair, I've been covered by what our chairperson has responded to. We will then provide other responses in writing. Thank you.
Does that mean that's the end of your inputs?
Yes, Chair, from NSFAS side.
Can I implore on yourself, CEO? I think it would be important to touch on one or two issues in relation to your immediate response on the cap and the interventions in place to ensure, like, if you can just clarify some of the concerns that would have come in relation to the student accommodation cap and the shortage of housing and asset crediting. So if there's just a few clarities that members, coming from members that you can speak to, I think that will assist us. And then any other intricacies that speak to that, you can submit in writing. But I think given the fact that this has been of great concern to the sector, that, there's this pushback against the cap, I think it would be important for you to just speak to one or two of those clarities. And then, on the issues around the, what is this thing called? On the building, I don't think there are grave clarities that are needed in this immediate meeting. But on the issues around the cap and on whether or not we're able to provide, accommodation for students and the challenges around the system glitches, I think it's important, CEO, that you say one or two things before we end the meeting.
Chair, I thought the chair had covered this, but nevertheless, then I will then speak to those items. Chair,
I think the chair spoke to issues of the politics that are currently facing the sector, but there are details that members have asked for, unless you'd like us to speak to each one of them if you were not noting them. But I think you would have noted that there are specific details that members referred to. I myself asked for clarities on slide I myself asked for clarities in relation to the 300. Is the 300 per day sufficient? Are we meeting the current demand? Where the 38 accreditors, if you can take us through them, who are they? Who are they funded by exactly? Are they enough? Those are some of the questions that we asked that I think you can refer to, you can respond to in the immediate CEO.
Thank you, Chair. In as far as the 38 service providers that are appointed, these are consultants that are service providers that are performing accreditation. The 38 are spread out of all the 9 provinces of the country in terms of where they go and accredit. The reason we opted for independent accreditors, it's precisely to address the issues that were raised by Honorable Tia around ensuring that there is independence in the process and that there is also controls. How we assign providers, they are scheduled by the system, so no one knows what is preset for them to allow any kind of collusion. There's also review that is done at an NSFAS level once the accreditor has done its work. What we also want to enhance with the process going forward is that there is going to be desktop reviews that will be performed by other providers that would not have necessarily gone on site to perform accreditation. The system glitches, Chair, that were noted with our system, these were payment gateways. It was a payment gateway for particularly for Gauteng that was not running. Payment gateway is important because for an accreditation, for a person to be accredited, they need to pay a set fee. This is the fee that then allows us to be able to get this work done by the independent consultants. We are evaluating the sufficiency of these based on the number of applications that we are receiving from the accreditation. You will note that our presentation indicated that there are currently 302,000 beds that we are accrediting, that have applied. So as we get more demand, we'll make an assessment on whether or not our accreditors are able to keep to pace, which will then allow us to then open in as far as more accreditors should they be needed. But our assessment at this stage is that there's no need for more. As these 35, many of them are covering more than just one area or province. In as far as the number of staff in the working center, we have 7 staff members in the working center that are addressing or are attending to students. The frequency or the number of visitors on the call center, they come on the basis of cycles. So when we have opened our application cycle, we'll have more people trying to access us to ask for certain information. Normal times when the academic program is started, there's usually less queues, but also over and above the staff members, we have about 10 workstations that are there for self-help for the students. Just to also indicate a correction, it is not a floor that is a walk-in floor. It's really a mezzanine. It's actually a small office there. What we typically do when we have more applicants that are coming, we then send them to our training room and we help them from the training room. In terms of some of the questions pertaining to the allowances that were asked, I think the chair covered those. In terms of the number, whether or not the building is occupied in full, as I indicated in my earlier presentation, that the building is based on the approved structure of the organization. And in essence, there is no, I suppose when the colleague the chair refers to was talking about growth based, they basically meaning that as and when we recruit for the vacant positions, everybody is back in office all the floors are fully occupied, barring a few spaces where there are vacancies, and we are busy progressively advertising. We have come up with a plan on how to fill vacancies for this current year. There are positions that are earmarked for 0 to 3 months, 6 to 9 months, and 9 to 12 months. And that is how we are then dealing with the issue of the organizational structure. But the space from our perspective is utilized to its best. And as far as the entity is concerned, our entity, as with many public sector organizations, is really not at a place where we can fully be working from home, given the number of some of these challenges the members themselves are highlighting that we are busy addressing as an entity. I think the point around communication, we are progressively improving on this as articulated by the chair. So Chair, these are some of the specifics that I thought I should cover, but if there's anything that I've missed, then I'll come back. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CEO. Yeah, I think there'd be a number maybe from Honorable King and Honorable Makesi. But I think we will await the written responses. It's very important, colleagues, for us not to underestimate the need to clarify issues, you know, as soon as we can, given what I think it was Honorable Litsie who said, you know, when we allow for, when we don't clarify matters as soon as possible, then perceptions are created and it takes much longer to undo those perceptions. So the quicker members are able to understand some of these things, the better, as I've earlier said, that our role as Parliament is to take services to the people. So, you know, we, for example, as a part of our constituency work, will say, can you please come to my constituency area, NSFAS, and have an application drive here, because we're trying to take these services closer to the people. As part of our functions is also to bring issues to your attention, because, you know, sometimes you might not be aware that these are the experiences of citizens with these services. But also our responsibilities is to take the truth to citizens, to say, no, this is actually how it works, or say, no, this is what's actually happening. So the quicker we are able to understand certain things, the better. Of course, what we appreciate is when these some of these matters are written down so that we don't lose, so that the essence of what is happening is not lost in translation. And that's where, CEO, we would appreciate, of course, some of the written responses that you would like to share with us. With that being said, I'd like to then move to the DG Sishi, if there's anything else you'd like to add.
Chairperson, thank you for the guidance and the platform and the opportunity for us to account to our portfolio committee. But most importantly, the clarity that has emerged, you know, from the guidance you have provided, and that of the members of Parliament and of this portfolio committee. We as the Department of Higher Education in the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Innovation, under the leadership of our Minister, Dr. Blade Nzimande, Member of Parliament, and our DM, Mr. Puti Manamela, a Member of Parliament. We appreciate today and we thank you for guidance and encouragement that has emerged from the inputs made by different members of
Recording
Parliament.
stopped.
May I just make the following observation, Chair. My prayer as the DG of Education is that with all the resources that we have at our disposal, human and as well as material, we utilize this, including and most importantly, the time that we have to do the work that we are assigned to. Focus on our priorities and make sure that we give the South Africans the maximum benefit from the service that we are allocated, to do, as a department. We thank the presentations and the guidance by the chair of NSFAS today, as well as the work that has been done by the team under the leadership of the CEO. But I think in the inputs by members of parliament today, we also know the areas where we need to improve. And I think that this is really, really important. And we are taking all of these lessons back to the office. First and foremost, I think it has become very clear that it is urgent that the committees that are set up by the minister to deal with what outstanding matters are there, continue to do its work, emphasize in consulting and consultation with the stakeholders, particularly students. Take this opportunity to urge our management of our institutions to prioritize engaging students, so that we deal with problems early and not react after already there has been some kind of interference with the academic calendar. That we ask all stakeholders to help us to protect teaching and learning time for our institutions. That we don't create an environment where it's only after protests that we respond. These are lessons learned from today, and Chair, we are going to respond to this. We are also happy that the Chair has explained very clearly the role, of the, the role of the portfolio committee in ensuring that all of this is done. And I think my task would be just very briefly indicate that the minister has a very important role, and particularly the overall role of ensuring that not only are policies developed, but they must also be implemented to the point where service delivery is visible in our institutions. And I think higher education equips individuals to make the best use of their talents and of the opportunities offered by society for self-fulfillment. And I think education as a key allocator of life chances, it's important that it continues to be an important vehicle for achieving equity in the distribution of opportunity and achievement amongst our citizens. And therefore, policy on student accommodation is an important responsibility of our minister. And therefore, our minister considers this a priority. And therefore, this work that we are doing is definitely going to culminate into an improved service in respect of a conducive environment for teaching and learning for our students. Honorable Letsie, tells the story of his experience at universities, how it is in privately owned, facilities, how it is on government-owned and institutionally managed and regulated institution. These are very important distinctions, and we want to make sure that these issues are addressed. And in as much as we are working at our different areas of responsibility, but it is important that we are coordinated within our ministry in ensuring that we turn all of this, outputs into, goals that are going to align to broader government goals, for ensuring a better life for all of our people. It is our role to make sure that the aims, of education, providing adequate funding and financial support to our students, ensuring that we facilitate access to education, meeting the needs of the broader spectrum of our students, regardless of who they are. These are our priorities. And it's important that we focus on this. And we assure you, members of parliament, that we will continue, to do so. As a member of cabinet, our minister forms part of the policy and decision-making process that is central to government action. His responsibility is to ensure that processes and discussions of cabinet are, conducted and they infiltrate, the system, such that these are regulated in higher education, and one of the department's role is to oversee universities and other post-school education and training institutions, so that we continue to see the improvement in education. We provide structured and on-the-job education, leadership training for all our institutions, and particularly higher education institutions. But lastly, Chair, the understanding that when we deal with the issues of accommodation, we need to also understand that there could be multiple departments of education, but there is one system of education in South Africa. That one system of education remains the responsibilities of cabinet to making sure that there is coordination of all policy work that is done, so that parliament then can do oversight of that work. And today we have learned all of this, and we wish to assure you, Chair, that it was very clear to us what it is that needs to be done, particularly the core responsibilities going forward in ensuring that we improve on the lived experiences of our students and maximize the opportunities presented by our institutions, improved on research output and their academic project. And all of this will not happen unless we fully account to the portfolio committee and ensure that the policies developed through the leadership of our minister are actually, implemented, consulted upon, and well researched and well considered in terms of the needs of the majority of our people. Thank you for today. I think that it is really a day that we've done justice to a subject that is really crucial. Assuring you, Chair, that from here, we will continue to report to you the progress we are making in dealing with the outstanding issues that we have identified in our conversation. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, DG. The DM has excused himself. So DG, that will be the last input that we then receive. I'd like to thank colleagues and members a lot for the contributions you have made today. I think the most important information that we also received today was in relation to the research. I'm really looking forward to interacting with the research on the CAP. I think that was important. And we've also been brought into confidence that there is work underway in relation to accrediting, those service providers who do want to adhere to the cap. And of course, we cannot, we would never not say do more. So accredit more, accredit on time, accredit the best. We want the best CEO. Your accreditors must give us the best. We don't want our students living in spaces that are not conducive. So let's meet those deadlines. Let's push as much as we can push as a sector. You have our complete support. On the research, on the information, speaking to the building, again, of course, we've received this information in the past, but it's important for us to bring it forth again, given the fact that there are ongoing concerns in relation to the space, and there are questions that have come from Honorable King, Honorable Makesi, Honorable Mananiso, Honorable Litsie, that we would like for you to respond to in writing. And then, of course, I really want to stress what Honorable Yabo has said in terms of the fact that maybe if we don't find common ground as a sector, because Honorable Makesi says something. She says, okay, so you had the conversation, and then what was the outcome of that conversation, right? So you met with these stakeholders in relation to the cap. And Chair Khoza is right, but we also need stakeholders to work with us, right? So as stakeholders, we need to collectively take one another seriously, and we need to appreciate our differentiated roles within the sector. And that is exactly my ongoing concern when it speaks to institutional autonomy and its relationship with cooperative governance. And it's clear, DG, it is clear from the conversations we've been having at the start of, from the start of this year, that there is absolutely no appreciation for cooperative governance in the university program. And so when we want to then question this issue of institutional autonomy, we are, I don't know, we've just woken up one day and we want to question institutional autonomy. It's moments like this that frustrate us. It's moments like this where conversation was had, like NSFAS is saying, and Honorable Makesi is saying, and so conversations were had, and what were the resolutions of that meeting? Because I still maintain that we should not have had a challenge in terms of putting this cap in place within universities should not have been giving us a problem. So if this should not be, students at VIS should not be telling us that no, the government must fill in the gap, like Honorable Litsie was saying. I mean, it's scary. It's scary how everyone thinks government must just fill in, like, get short, call government. How? So who's supposed to social compact? So who's supposed to show a willingness to collectively develop this country? So this government should ideally be able to expand the limited resources that it has and fund more students. I mean, we speak about getting to a point where we can increase the cap from 350 to 450. SALS actually has been calling for 600 for I don't know how many years. How are we going to do that when at every point people find an opportunity to exploit this government? So I think colleagues, the questions we are all raising are so important. And something has got to give, something has got to give. And so when an Honorable Makesi is saying, okay, so in NSFAS you're saying you met, and Chair Khoza saying, yes, we called them to the engagement. Some of them did come, some of them came, and maybe they thought we were joking when we raised this matter. It then says, okay, maybe there is a need for someone who's independent to come to the fore. And it would be very unfortunate if, again, as a sector, we would fail to find common ground, and therefore someone independent must come and help us. And I think as an African child, I really struggle to understand why we fail as a sector, as Africans, as a sector dominated by Africans in an African country, where I'm made to believe that one of our best traits as Africans, this is how we're supposed to address these issues. And we fail on an ongoing basis to resolve issues amicably. Now we must resort to courts and resort to all sorts of other interventions. It's just baffling. But I really think what Honorable Yabo has suggested is something that we might have to take into consideration in resolving this matter. But let's accredit more residences, let's accredit on time, let's accredit the best, let's move hastily on that matter. Let's ensure young people in this country are in housing. Please, again, I think I had asked why, like, if you can update us on what's happening in the Western Cape, because most of your data on one of the slides spoke a lot to UP, Pretoria and Wits and UJ, so that's those Joburg. But I know that there were concerns at CPUT, UWC, UCT, Stellenbosch. So if that information can also come quickly, please. I know that in principle, we always say information must come within 7 working days, but if that information can come earlier, I would truly appreciate that. With that being said, colleagues, thank you very much for your time. This meeting has come to an end. Siyabonga.